Death's Pride by Palladius. Harry dies again and his death angel is not happy. Sent back for the last time with his memories intact, he tries to do it right. And his death angel won't leave him or his soulmates alone. Chapter 1. What do you mean I'm dead? Harry Potter, a confused 17-year-old wizard, sat idly in his chair as he watched an attractive woman, oddly with forest green hair, behind what looked like a receptionist desk type, furiously on a keyboard made of a glowing mist, while a glowing screen of what he could only assume to be another language hung suspended in the air. Harry could feel himself moving and looking around, but everyone and everything that came into his vision seemed to be moving at incredible speeds, while he seemed to be going through the water in the Black Lake at Hogwarts in February. It sounded about the same as well. He wanted to speak with the receptionist, but the will to actually speak, the energy to do so, just didn't seem to be in him. Even his thoughts felt mercurial and beyond his reach. It was just too much effort and work to think. He was unsure of how long he had actually sat there, just trying to turn his head from the left side of the pretty receptionist to the door on the right side of her, when things suddenly sped up drastically and his head turned far faster than he had expected it to, cracking slightly as the bones cracked and popped, energy seemingly flooding back into him. "Potter, Harry Potter!" Harry rocked his head back and forth, trying to get the painful crick out of his neck as he stood, turning to the new girl who walked in with a clipboard in her hand. His confusion was beginning to let up, and his ability to think was beginning to return to him now that he was out of the state those in charge had held him in. It was a simple feature to keep new arrivals from becoming hysterical or making too much of a fuss until they could be met face to face. "Right here, ma'am," he said, raising his hand slightly as he found himself able to think once again, though he was still highly confused. He couldn't really remember how he got there, or where here even was. She motioned for him to follow her as she turned on her heel and began to walk down a long hallway. Harry did as prescribed and followed her, taking note of her appearance as he tried to figure out where he was. His mind felt muddled and murky, and he couldn't quite figure out if he knew this woman from somewhere or not. He was having a hard time remembering what he had been doing before he arrived there, or, much to his consternation, much of anything from before his arrival. This woman had very deep blue eyes he could remember from when she had motioned for him to follow, and her hair was such a dark blue that it appeared black until it moved enough for some light to come through, showing its true colour. She was very petite and had the body of a fully adult woman, though she appeared to be about the same age as himself. He also couldn't help but notice how much her steady walk reminded him of Hermione's. Each step deliberate, and with the purpose of getting her from where she was to where she wanted or needed to be, with each step echoing loudly down the long hallway. And while the way she walked reminded him of Hermione, the way she held herself seemed oddly like Ginny with her shoulders back, but her hair sashaying around as she moved her head slightly, full of confidence and the knowledge that she was attractive. It was about the time he was comparing this woman's walk to Hermione's that he realized she was muttering under her breath, though he could only make out the odd word now and then. "Grandpa Whisker's better reason is gonna kill the little..." After about 4 minutes of walking down a straight hallway, they came to the very first door Harry could recall seeing the entire trip. Scrunching up his eyes, he looked first at the door and then back down the hallway, seeing bare white walls all the way to the door at the end that they came through that appeared as a black rectangle surrounded by white light. Finding it curious, he looked further down the hall in the direction they'd been walking, and saw that it extended beyond his vision with bare white walls and no other doors. "In here, Potter." The woman motioned for him to enter as she closed the door behind them. He was a little worried when her tone came across as frosty as Snape's on a bad day. "Excuse me, miss, but where am I? What happened?" Harry asked confusedly, having difficulty keeping his thoughts clear, though his mind was getting better quickly. He took the offered chair in front of a large desk cleared of almost everything but several folders, a stone box that looked oddly like a shoebox without a noticeable lid, and a few writing utensils. The walls were lined wall to wall with ancient-looking tomes that would have made Hermione green with jealousy and envy. The woman sighed as she sat down heavily, looking at Harry with exasperation. "Do you hate me, Harry? Is that what this is? Are you wanting to get me fired for all of these early deaths? Or do you just hate living that much? One more premature death, one more, and I'm through!" The tiny woman yelled. Surprised, Harry could only stare in open-mouthed shock as the woman seemed to crack in front of him, a tear trailing down her cheek. "What, ma'am, I'm sorry, but I don't even know you." Nervous, he moved a little closer to the desk, wanting to try and comfort the girl, but having no clue how, and not feeling comfortable enough to go to the other side of the desk, particularly after mentioning the whole premature deaths thing. It had to be a joke, right? No, of course you don't. Just like all the other times, you're completely innocent of your own demise." She waved off his concern with an aggravated thrust of her hand and laid her head on her arms over the top of her desk as she growled in frustration. "My demise? You mean I really am dead?" Suddenly, Harry wasn't so upset about the girl crying anymore. When she snorted and raised her head, she looked more amused than upset now. But how?" "Yes, just like all the other times we've met, Harry," she said as she leaned back in her large chair with a face of utter confusion over her visage. "I don't get it. You're supposed to go to school, get powerful as hell, with the help of your soulmate, some Granger girl, I think," she mumbled, checking into a file on the desk with a nod. "Kick Voldemort's slimy ass and live to be a little over 200 years old under a pile of multi-great-grand-babies, but no! You have to keep dying on me." Harry cringed as her voice rose in the beginning, got quiet to where he could barely hear about Hermione, and then become louder and more angry than it had up to that point. "Wait! Granger girl? Hermione is my soulmate. What about Ginny? And how am I dead? What the hell is going on?" Harry cried out pleadingly. The girl sighed and leaned back into her chair, squirming into its large backing, making her petite frame appear horribly tiny and fragile in comparison as she sunk into the leather backing. "I suppose I should start at the beginning so you're up to date," she mumbled in a way that was half growl. Harry simply nodded dumbly as the woman leaned on her desk. "Yes, please." She smiled fondly at him in appreciation. Of all of the dead that came through her doors, none were ever so kind or polite as this mortal had been. Well, except for that once, but she couldn't exactly hold him to that. It wasn't every day you found out that a dragon buggered you to death. He had cried under her desk for the next 12 dead souls to come into her office. His pitiful wails had terrified them more than being told they were dead. After all, what sort of woman seemed to enjoy listening to the wailing of the dead enough to have it as background music? Firstly, introductions. I am Laura. I am an angel of death. Or more specifically, I manage the lives of certain mortals so that when they die, I can make sure they go to the correct afterlife, or if needed, back to the realm of the living if they didn't learn what they were supposed to, or do what they were supposed to do while alive. She raised a hand to forestall any questions from him as he opened his mouth. In your case, and those like it where you die before you are supposed to, we send you back so that you have another chance to fix whatever the hell it is you buggered up in the first place. He had the grace to look ashamed. Now I know you and you do not know me because your memory of this, she waved her hand in a small circle to indicate everything around them, is wiped out each time because we can't have people learning of certain elements of what you call the afterlife and how it works, or it makes it easier for mortals to try and bypass the system and either go where they want or stay alive, much like your enemy of the mortal world. You mean Voldemort? Harry asked, before he cringed a little in fear as the woman glared harshly towards the distance. Goosebumps sprung up along his arms and neck as the air seemed to suddenly get cooler. Most people shivered in fear when his name was mentioned. This woman just got pissed. Yes, she hissed him. Harry said, unsure what else he could add. The woman looked to be 16 to 19, but she scared the hell out of him. He was sure he saw his breath. Now here's the bit you really need to pay attention to, because I don't like having to repeat myself, and I only plan to answer your question once. She waited until Harry nodded before continuing. Now, off and on from the beginning of summer before your 4th year, one Ginny Weasley had been slipping you love potions with the help of her mother in the food they sent you over the summer. They started out small, so you didn't suddenly show devotion and love to a girl you hadn't shown any previous romantic interest in. They worked, but only partly. Your magic naturally works against the affects of a love potion, just like your body fights an illness. It was willing to allow you to fall in love with whomever you cared for, which at the time was Hermione Granger, and... No, in 4th year I fancied Cho Chang. Your information is wrong, Harry said, interrupting her. He realized it probably wasn't a bright or even safe idea when she glared at him. You fought off the unnatural portion to begin to care for the Weasley girl, and it focused instead on your original love, Hermione Granger. She looked into a folder as she spoke, confirming her information again. By merely fighting off the targeting effect, leaving you being forced into love, but without a person. It seemed to do this because you subconsciously wanted to love and care for someone, but were too scared to try and worry too much about being unlovable. Normally, you would have realized your feelings for the Granger girl during that summer, and have been obvious to her in time for the Yule Ball for her to agree. But as you weren't fully aware of what you wanted yourself or the reality of loving emotions, your magic worked on the information you already knew, which was the closest thing to Hermione you could get, which was Cho Chang. You simply didn't understand what you were feeling. She finished with a shrug. Your subconscious knew you wanted the Granger girl, but your body chose Chang for her beauty and supplanted her instead, since she was the closest to Granger you knew, and your hormones selected someone easy to lust after. So everything between Ginny and I, it was a lie? Harry asked hollowly. Laura mentally flinched as he seemed to radiate sadness. At least she had a way to make it up to him. On your side, yes, she wanted you for your money and fame, and had it stuck in her mind that you and her were like characters in a fairy tale. She and the youngest brother are very unhappy with their lives and how they've turned it out. They feel they should be wealthier, like a proper pure-blood family. They aren't blood supremacists or anything, but are well aware that their family is about the only pure-blood family that lives like it does, that they're aware of anyway. The girl wants you and the boy wants the wealth and prestige of being associated with you. He's basically a leech with an inferiority complex. Ginny has something of a viable excuse, though, considering the events of her first year at school and the lack of help, so I can't really blame her for that, though Ron hasn't got an excuse. The mother, while normally a good soul, wants what is best for her family, which is you in this case. She feels that she loves you like her own, and having you as the husband of the youngest would be the best route for all involved, and it didn't really hurt anything, since you'd be with a family that cared for you as well, and you would have cared for her, even if not loved her. And the mother feels she could provide you a loving family if she had you with her daughter, therefore feeling it was a winning situation with everyone. She honestly believed she was doing the best thing possible for you and truly does care for you. She just felt she knew what was best. Harry, though he didn't want to believe it, knew that she was telling him the truth. That was how Mr. and Mrs. Weasley got together, because Mrs. Weasley used a love potion on him. While it worked out in their case as a happy marriage, it romanticized the fact that it was illegal, immoral, and just simply wrong, and made it seem all the more likely to lead to a happy ending. Ginny herself had told him how much she loved the story. Harry was also well aware of her mentioning of Ron. He was always jealous and petty whenever something that he wanted was given to Harry, or he simply wanted something that Harry had. There were quite a few times in his past to choose from for evidence, and it usually took nearly losing Harry to bring him into the state of mind to accept whatever it was. So this caused my magic to fight against the potion. What else do I need to know? Harry asked dejectedly. Laura was a little worried that Harry decided to ignore the situation and continue, but didn't think anything else could come of it. So did as asked. Well, since it was constantly fighting the potions you were being given, it caused the magic you had access to be split between that and whatever you used it for, which caused your spells to be weaker and such. It didn't really affect you as badly until they upped the dosage after 4th year, when your mind was the weakest. Another reason I bring it up is because, as a baby, you were already immensely powerful. In the wizarding world, it wasn't a big deal. While not rare, it wasn't uncommon for babies to learn to touch upon their magic at a young age. There were safety guards in place for bouts of accidental magic, though yours was always controlled. However, after your parents were killed, Dumbledore placed a power-limiting seal on you, which left you with access to only about 2% of your overall magical ability, which was all that was left after your magic defended you against Voldemort's killing curse. It was enough to keep you alive, but without the use of magic. You were already very weak from defending yourself, and he was terrified that you had the power to break through most power-limiting seals, so he placed the strongest he knew how on you. Harry looked more confused than when they began. But I've used magic several times when I was growing up, and I never meant to for the times I remember, so how was it controlled? Laura shook her head and thought of the best way to explain. I was referring to when you were an infant. The seal he put on you kept you blocked and kept part of your mental abilities locked away as well. When you used magic growing up, it was accidental after you began living with the Dursleys, because you couldn't control it at that point, because it was unnatural to you and your mind was a little weaker. Basically, magic is about as much magical ability as it is mental ability. This particular seal was used because it was powerful enough to hold back the majority of your magic and mostly just affected your ability to focus on anything specific without holding your mind back. So you could learn and function as normal, but you always had a hard time retaining anything or focusing on something unless you truly applied yourself to it. Like magically induced attention deficit disorder. Dumbledore thought that he had to put that seal on you so the Dursleys would be more comfortable. But why? He asked, almost pitifully. Laura sighed yet again, realizing she was doing a lot of it with him. It was difficult when working with children because they were totally innocent and generally knew whatever had happened to them was unfair. It was much the same with Harry, simply because he had been so restrained growing up, never really experiencing life much like any younger child. The Dursleys hated all magic even before you arrived. Your aunt was jealous of your mother, and your uncle is actually a second-generation squib, she said to Harry's shock. Dumbledore did it as a way to make sure you couldn't accidentally perform magic when other muggles were around and to let them feel they'd have a somewhat normal home. It just didn't work out that way. They still knew you were magical. When you had access to only 2% of your magic and were being starved and needed to heal from the abuse, it couldn't go past that 2%, but it could adapt and make that 2% larger by increasing your overall reserves of magic. It did so to keep you healthy and alive. Now Harry was really getting confused. How could it do that, though? Is it even possible to increase only a certain portion? He asked. Laura smiled, happy he had asked a question that was important and relevant, even if he didn't realize it. No, it isn't. You see, to increase that 2% to double its original size, it had to increase the other 98% as well, effectively doubling your entire magical core. Otherwise, it would be more like a balloon, where different bits bubbled up like boiling water which could rupture it. Because of that, when you made it to Hogwarts and were able to perform magic normally, and still with a moderate amount of power, Dumbledore thought you'd found some way to break through his seal and never gave it a second thought. That isn't how it's supposed to work, but you did it somehow and— Wait. Harry suddenly had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Are you saying that the seal has been active the entire time, even when I performed the Patronus charm in third year? During the Triwizard Tournament and at the Department of Mysteries? Laura smiled at Harry as he figured it out. Exactly. Even with that block on all of your magic and mind the entire time, your magic was able to fight and help you by different means. It was with the potions, however, where things got horrible and you wound up dying left and right. Beginning fourth year, you died at least once each year, upwards of 3. Add to the fact that Grandpa Whiskers never bothered to train you and left you flailing about on your own, it didn't help matters. Harry blushed and slumped into his chair. So, am I going up or down? Harry asked, ignoring her name for Dumbledore. It just didn't seem like an important bit of information in the light of things. Laura looked confused a moment before realizing what he meant and laughed. Oh, no, you aren't staying dead, she said, amused at his thoughts. Harry looked up in a mix of hope and confusion, mostly the latter. Then why tell me all of this if I'm just going to forget it again? Wouldn't it be easier for you to just send me back without saying so much as hello? I mean, you said my memory was wiped each time anyway. Yes, it would. However, the reason you've been going back is because Riddle should have died the night he attacked you with the destruction of his body. But he learned something to keep himself alive, and we need him killed because he plans to kill all life, or at least enslave it. And we can't have that. He has plans, evil plans, that are going to literally be the end of the world, and we can't directly interfere. Understand? Harry nodded, already knowing that the something she'd mentioned were Voldemort's Horcruxes that he placed a bit of his soul into. Or at least that's what he thought. So, while he's alive and has his Horcruxes, he can't be killed by anyone except me, so you need me to go back and take him out so that he can't basically take over the world. Right. Laura smiled brightly and bounced in her seat as Harry figured it out. Great, he groused, and no pressure. Laura glared at him with a smirk as she continued. She was furious that she was so close to becoming fired and risking a different type of job that was literally a hellish existence. But with her charge, or minion as she liked to claim in her head, able to keep his memory, she was really looking forward to this next installment into his life. Now, technically, he can be killed in any of the usual ways, but he'll come back because of his Horcruxes, and sadly, because of the prophecy. The world will bend around fate to make sure that it comes to that. She always wins in a war of attrition with time, since destiny is her sister. Ah, Harry cocked his head to the side and frowned as he thought. So, why can't you just get him yourself? Or someone else? If you have the power to send me back, then shouldn't you have the ability to bring someone in? Laura grimaced as she thought of the best way to explain. It isn't as simple and clear-cut as all of that. You see, while we can control some aspects, all things have a balance. Life and death, good and evil, light and darkness, men and women, smart people and idiots. Where you can consider my side as angels, there is the other side that you can consider the demons, so to speak. While both sides are just as varied as humans, in that we have some on both sides that are good and evil, we are only able to do certain things within limits. She frowned as she continued, not sure how best to phrase everything to someone who didn't already fully understand the real concept of angel and demon. Angels and demons are simply terms that mankind created, or at least the meanings are. Demons, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, are evil, true, and they do want to take over the living earth as you know it, but they cannot live on that plane of existence. Neither can angels, to be honest with you, at least not properly. What do you mean, not properly? He asked, extremely curious about the lesson he was getting. Hermione would be so jealous. Well, we could go there for brief periods of time, but we slowly die as we stay there. Our power slowly drains and doesn't regenerate, even if we aren't using it. Once we lose so much, We don't even have enough to come back here and will die, even though we still have some power. I may be immortal, but without my own power, I would just cease to exist. There are only a few ways to deal with it, and none of which are pleasant. But we're getting off track." Harry nodded to show he understood. "Right, your world has a perfect balance of so many different energies and life that both sides want, but neither can actually have. It's the epicenter of numerous realities and worlds, and generates its own energies while absorbing that of others, making it wholly unique. Where we can deal with that and try to maintain the balance between the worlds and realities, they would rather no one have your world if they can't, which is one of the biggest dividing lines we have. So I and my—" she stumbled a little for a term he would understand— "co-workers can't go there because that would be abusing the power and the treaty that was agreed upon when the living world was discovered. While we can influence, we cannot directly interfere." She held up a finger to be sure he paid attention to what she was about to say. "To keep the peace, so to speak, and ensure the other side wouldn't ignore an offer of peace between us, we came upon an agreement where we don't directly interfere, but are still able to wage a war, since they wouldn't stop totally until they could merge your plane of existence with their own, so they could acquire those energies. It was necessary if we wanted to stop the demonic wars on your world. There will be some who are born purely with good intentions, and those who are born purely of evil intentions that we call avatars. They're also known as saints in your world, though the evil ones aren't usually as well known to the public. These are the ones who we can send to regulate and influence the living world, and we can work through them, should they be open to it and allow it. Many prefer to be unknown and remain behind the scenes so as not to cause people to fight directly against them, whichever side they're on, but then there are those who would rather be icons to try and rally others behind. Think of them as Dumbledore and Riddle, respectively, even though they aren't avatars. Dumbledore works through proxies and stays behind the scenes, while Riddle took on the title of Lord Voldemort to try and lead his forces. Riddle, as you know him, wasn't predispositioned for anything, actually, but he did turn evil and killed one of those who were— he had learned some rather heinous techniques and wound up absorbing the connection from one of those who were predestined for pure evil when he stole their magical core. At that point, he opened himself freely to the shadow and has been communicating with demons, learning from them and doing their bidding. She shook her head as she finished, truly disgusted with the man. That is what allows us to take the actions we do. Time travel is normally not allowed, as it interferes with literally all of existence. But we have authorization due to the nature of the shadow's infraction. And that's why you're sending me back? Harry wanted to be very sure that he got an affirmative on this one. Wait. Time travel? Yes, Harry. We're not sending you to exactly when you died, unless of course you want us to. Because of the trouble Riddle has been giving us and such, you are being sent back to a point where you can make the biggest changes with the least amount of trouble, but without the risk of changing too much that really matters. So when am I going back? Harry nodded, understanding the value of the idea. Laura smiled at Harry in a way far too reminiscent of the Weasleys and Sirius. There are actually two answers to that question. Laura got up and began to scan her way through a few of the books behind her desk. As I've told you, we normally wipe a person's memories of what happened after they died when we send them back, because we can't let certain facts come out about the afterlife. It was us not taking all the precautions we should have that allowed for several myths and such about death to be frighteningly close to the truth, though I still don't know where they got that bloody scythe idea from. She grumbled and pulled out one book and began scanning again. Because of these precautions, we can't send you back and allow Grandpa Whiskers, Snape and anyone else the ability to rummage around in your head, so you'll be getting a few books in long-forgotten magics on what you now know as occlumency and a few others that we're clearing for you to take with you and allowing you to keep as Potter family information, mainly because these magics are in books in your world, just not where it can be obtained without knowing exactly where it is. She grabbed a third and fourth book off the shelf as she spoke, and Harry's eyes got wider and wider. "This is just easier than making you go on a long trip that would be hard to explain." Another 3 books hit the pile. "To get those old tomes, and these will be in much better condition. We'll be sending you back to just before your 2nd year at Hogwarts ended, so you can schedule a meeting with Gringotts and get things started. We would actually like to send you back to the beginning of your 2nd year, but don't want you to have to face that damn basilisk again." She stacked a pile of 7 scrolls, each nearly as big around as her head and nearly as wide as she was tall, next to the pile of books. "So I'm going back to just as my 2nd year ends, and then what? I just read during the summer and make the changes I can to make things better?" he asked, beginning to wonder at the enormity of the situation. Laura gave him a look that basically screamed, "You're an idiot," while setting 5 more books on the desk with a loud thump. "Those magical wards that whiskers," Harry's mouth twitched at the nickname, thinking he'd adopt it, "said protect you are love-based magic. That means there has to be love to power them for full functionality. Your mother's blood, or your aunt's in this case, keeps them around, but the power is all about and based on love. The love you feel for your parents allows the defensive properties to survive within you, but you largely used up the power you had in your 1st year to stop Quirrell, much like a battery. It would take a decade to fill them up again, leaving only the wards left. However, they are worthless, except for keeping Voldemort's spirit from entering to take you over, but I'm taking care of that for you. The only things keeping you safe there are wards based on ill intent and owl redirection wards. So you need to go to Gringotts, take your role as head of the House of Potter, become emancipated, which means you can legally perform magic whenever you want and will have full access to your family vaults, and get out from under Dumbledore's thumb and move into one of your family's homes." She grabbed a much thinner book from a drawer and set it on top of the others while Harry's mind was still reeling. That pile of books was now taller than she was. "Our explanation for giving you what would normally be considered restricted knowledge is based on the fact that you can get all of it after you go back. It would just take a little while to track them down, and Voldemort has several years' worth of experience on you and has been getting influence and outright direction from the shadow." She stacked all of the books on top of each other, along with some smaller, pamphlet-sized ones and several smaller scrolls, and began moving her hands over them slowly, causing them to seemingly melt into one another. "And we can safely say that the balance requires this." As she finished speaking, the books had stopped their melting and were simply now one single book that was about as thick as his hand was wide, 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. Huge, even by Hermione's standards, making him happy when she waggled her hand and shrunk it to only slightly larger than normal at 1.5 feet tall by 1 foot wide. "What's that?" he asked, curious about all that material being shrunk down. She smiled brightly at him. "This is a grimoire, or a massive amount of knowledge of magic in one tome. Basically, all of those books and scrolls that were stacked there just became this one single book," she said happily, opening it to the first page to show him the table of contents. "In its smaller form, every page will be a table of contents, sorted by magic class or section, with each book listed along with a description of the book and what it contains. You will simply state the section you want and then open it to the next page, and it will begin with the book you stated. You can also just give it a topic and open it randomly. The more that goes into it, the more accurate and better it becomes. It'll get rid of duplicate information and organize things based on various criteria to make it easier to use." "What about the book that was about 3 times this one's size? Will it fit when I open it?" he asked. She smiled at him in a manner that he would have expected to have seen on Hermione. "The covers on the front and back will actually open extra pages as needed or absorb the previous ones as you flip through them. Think of it as a Muggle Rolodex, where the pages go in a circle-like fashion, For pages that were larger that held diagrams like some of the rituals in the book, you'll just need to expand the book itself or copy it over to something to expand. Do you suppose... Don't worry, one of the scrolls in here is a way for you to do it. Just ask for book combining spells and you should find it without troubles, along with the other book-related spells for restoring them, keeping them in good shape, creating others out of knowledge in one's mind, and other spells of the like. Harry grinned brightly at her, already planning on giving the spell to Hermione. Now, inside of this book are several for combat. Dueling, mental defenses, warding, healing, security, Horcruxes. Since you'll need everything on destroying them, magical guardians and creatures, animagus transformations, wandless magics, and several other things that were included in those books. When she looked up at him, she noticed his eyes were rather bulgy. "Don't worry, Harry," she said, laughing. "You don't have to learn everything, just what you think will help. A lot of it is information that you will find in the Hogwarts library or other places, just not as easily or in as much depth, since most of it is in hidden locations in your world. The only thing I am going to tell you to learn before your 3rd year is the mental defense bits. You may want to look into the combat dueling as well, though, and maybe the wandless magic. The rest can be looked at as you wish. I would recommend you eventually look through a good deal of it, however. You'll want to look up the Horcrux information sooner or later, preferably sooner." All right. Harry felt like gasping from the mental strain of everything. So much to do and so much to take in. It was just overwhelming. You said mental defenses. Is that different than occlumency? Laura blinked at him for a moment before nodding. Yes, actually it is. Occlumency is more of a vault-like technique where this is crafting your mind to be more of a defensible location. This is far easier to learn, but more vulnerable until you've truly set it up, whereas occlumency will give you walls around your mind that start out flexible and get stronger as long as you do it properly. The problem, though, is that it takes a very long time to get to a high enough proficiency at it to keep Snape, Dumbledore and Voldemort out if they're really trying, and you don't end up with near the kind of control over yourself as you can have with this. This will be weak until you really get at it. Then it's only as weak as you make it, or as strong as you make it, instead of being something that can simply be broken through with brute force, as occlumency would allow, until you've had years to develop the ability. All things aside, it has the potential to be stronger than anything else, but requires more upkeep and leaves you more vulnerable in the beginning is all. Harry nodded. He really had a good many more questions, but decided he would learn them by simply reading the books she gave him. Well, book, really. Ciao? Laura smiled in a manner far too reminiscent of the Weasley twins for Harry's liking as she opened the folder on the bottom of the others and pulled out a stack of papers and slid them to him with a pen. "I'll be sending you back as soon as you sign this contract." Harry narrowed his eyes at the smiling Laura as she looked at him with the fakest expression of innocence he had ever seen. And that was after several years of watching Dudley blame mishaps on him. "What does the contract say?" He began to scan the pages, looking for any words that would hopefully jump out and catch his attention. He was fidgety with contracts ever since his 4th year. "Basically that you're going back to the realm of the living with your memories intact, and..." She paused so slightly that Harry wasn't sure he had caught it or not. "Have guidance from us. Can't tell anyone about the afterlife you've experienced aside from your soulmate, and they must also keep it in the strictest of confidence, and you can only tell them after teaching them the occlumency from this book that this is your last shot to get things right and the like." She peered at the paper as if seeing if he had written his name yet. "Also, if you don't sign it, you stay dead. So it really is for the best after all. Sign your name on the first page and last page, please." She fluttered her eyelashes at him while trying to look cute, while he pouted and put the pen to the paper and did as he was told. Once he was done, the contract rose into the air and disappeared with a flash of light and resounding clack of thunder. Flashy. He blinked at where the paper disappeared until Laura rose from her chair with a large grin. All right. Don't tell anyone about what you know until they've learned occlumency, and try not to look anyone in the eyes until you've learned it. The book and box will be in your trunk when you get back. Suddenly, the entire room began to shift and rotate, fading away. Hey, wait! What box are you talking about? As everything went black, he heard her disembodied voice float towards him. You will As the voice left and the room he was in shimmered out of view, Harry found himself in total darkness before he was suddenly thrust into a cacophony of noise. He looked around and found himself in the great hall. The first discernible thing he heard was Neville's voice. "Harry, Ron, look!" Harry saw him, pointed towards the entrance, and when he turned, he saw a mane of bushy hair above a smiling face before the freshly unpetrified Hermione rocketed towards him and enveloped him in a tight hug. Harry was surprised at the rush of emotions that suddenly filled him, the same ones that he felt when this happened the first time, and the happiness at seeing Hermione again after such a close call with death. Unbidden, words flew out of his mouth as if he were an observer in the body. "Hermione," he whispered into her ear, "if you ever make me worry that badly again, I'm going to be forced to kidnap you and subject you to days on end of the tickling charm." He squeezed her a little tighter before releasing her, her face slightly flushed from amusement and happiness before she almost hugged Ron, both suddenly stopping and deciding instead to shake hands. Harry mentally frowned as he tried to decide what he was going to do about the Weasleys, but decided he had plenty of time to figure it out, since Laura said it would be during the summer. After next year it all started. Instead, he made sure they sat together as they did before, and he ignored pretty much everything except Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid's entrance. Making sure to make his speech to Hagrid was as close as he could remember to the original, all 8 words of it. After everyone went to the common rooms after the feast, he decided he would get that letter sent out to Gringotts as quickly as possible. He quickly went upstairs as soon as he passed the portrait of the fat lady and went to his trunk for paper and quill when he saw the book that Laura had told him would be there along with the stone box and a letter stuck to it. Ignoring the stone box for now, he grabbed the large book along with the other supplies he needed and went back downstairs to sit at the table that had unofficially been left alone as his, Hermione's and Ron's, and began to write. "Griphook, or whomever my account manager is, my name is Harry Potter. I am writing this letter to alert Gringotts of my plans to arrive on the 2nd of July to find out my full account holdings, the status of my accounts and their activity, who has access to these accounts, get any emancipation paperwork taken care of to become fully and legally emancipated, and see about my parents' will. It is my intention to take up the mantle as the head of the House of Potter. None of this has yet to have been done for me or with me, and I was curious about all of it. I have recently learned that things and people in my life are not as they appear, and the Goblin Nation has yet to give me any reason to doubt or not trust in them. I believe there are owl redirection wards around my residence in Surrey, so I'm afraid I do not believe anything you send will make it to me via that method of communication. I'm familiar with Griphook, which is why I addressed this to him. If this is not who I should be speaking with, I apologize. I would also request a port key to bring me from my place of residence to Gringotts and back to my starting point. I am aware that there is most likely a fee for this and am fully willing to pay for it. You may withdraw any funds necessary from my vault as needed. I can and will take another method of transportation if this is either not available or is for any reason ill-advised. I thank you for your time, Harry James Potter." Harry quickly signed the letter with a flourish and then tilted his head back, letting out a loud but sad-sounding whistle that fell in pitch, getting the attention of everyone in the common room, including Ron and Hermione, who were sitting next to him, though Hermione had been eyeing his new book and inching toward it ever so slowly. "Harry, mate, what was that?" Ron's question was answered a moment later as Hedwig, in all of her snowy white beauty, flew in from the window and landed on Harry's shoulder and snuffled his ear in greeting. "Nothing, I just called, Hedwig." In truth, he wasn't sure why he did that to call her. She usually just came on her own when he needed her, but he had to admit the sound was pretty nice. He ignored everyone's questioning gaze as he tied the letter to Hedwig's waiting leg. "To Griphook, girl, after this I think you'll enjoy your new home," he whispered into her ear. Hedwig nipped at his fingertips affectionately before taking flight. Harry watched her go before turning to his book, the same book that Hermione still had targeted in her sights and had covered just over half of the distance towards. "I know I should tell her what it is, or let her read it, but this is so much more fun." Harry smiled lightly as he began to read about the seal that had been placed on him. Harry awoke the next day to Hedwig's hooting from his headboard. Apparently, she had spent the night going to and from Gringotts to get everything her master needed taken care of, which Harry was eternally grateful for, but she was obviously tired and her feathers somewhat ruffled. "Thanks, girl. Come to breakfast and I promise to have as much bacon as you can eat ready for you." Hedwig eyed him suspiciously for a moment before letting out an odd, trilling hoot and flying off with an aerial flourish, making Harry wonder just how much his familiar enjoyed the crispy goodness. Shaking his head, he opened the letter with a smile and hoping for good news. "Mr. Potter, we at Gringotts thank you for warning us of your impending visit. It will allow us to be very sure that we have all paperwork ready and waiting for you. We only wish more witches and wizards were as candid as you have been. Your date for the 2nd of July is agreeable with us. We have provided a portkey for your safe arrival and return. It is this parchment, in fact. It will bring you to Gringotts' reserved portkey and apparition zone. This location is heavily guarded and only used under special conditions. This is our gesture of thanks for alerting us to your requests in advance, and we have charged you nothing for it. Please do not expect this to be a regular occurrence. Future portkeys will cost the mandatory 12 sickles. You may arrive with one other as your advisor if you so choose, but any more than that will result in a defensible action. Please do not force our hand. All paperwork you requested has been noted and should be obtained sometime today for your arrival tomorrow. It will consist of all you have requested and any other documents we felt you may wish to see afterwards. It would seem we have much to discuss. As you have mentioned Griphook, he will be present but will not be handling most matters. Your family's account has been inactive for some time and therefore has no account manager. The head of our accounts department, Senior Advisor Fangstone, shall handle your meeting. Sincerely, Bloodclaw, Senior Advisor, Head of Relations. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London branch. Harry smiled widely as he realized that things were beginning to go as needed. Securing the parchment into the front cover of the book that Laura had given him with a sticking charm, he set it to the side and took a quick shower before any of the others woke up. Once done, he grabbed the book and went down to the Great Hall to keep his promise to Hedwig. Hermione had been watching Harry all day. It wasn't so much that he was acting odd as it was that he had a book that appeared older than anything in the library, and she noticed rather irritably that it did not have a title on the spine, and he was reading it constantly. She had first noticed him in the Great Hall, with Hedwig on his shoulder, eagerly eating from a large pile of bacon, and reading the book as he chewed, being careful to not get any grease on the pages. Her first thought was that it was a book much thicker than anything he would voluntarily read on his own, but with school about to end for the year and nothing new being assigned, she knew he was doing just that. Now they were on the train heading home with Ron and Ginny, where she was sitting beside him, hoping to get a glimpse of what was in the book, but found that the print was too small unless she was either holding the book herself or reading directly over his shoulder. And that was just too obvious, but looking like a better option as time wore on. "Harry, what are you reading, and why did Madam Pince allow you to take a book over the summer?" Hermione's agitation was obvious to Harry as he looked at her with wide eyes, almost as if he had forgotten she was there. For herself, She'd asked Pince before and was told school texts could not be checked out over the summer. "This didn't come from the library, Hermione. I got it elsewhere," he said with a frown. "And it's something I'm going to learn over the summer." "Harry, you're turning into Hermione with all that reading." Ron wasn't sure what Harry's problem was. It was like he wanted to do extra work or something. "Why read more than you have to? We have 2 whole months before we have to even look at a book again." Hermione glared at the boy, causing him to cower closer to his sister. "For your information, Ronald, reading happens to be an enjoyable pastime for a lot of people. Furthermore—" Sorry, I just wanted to know why he was reading when he didn't have to." Hermione huffed as Ron tried to placate her, and Harry chuckled. "Here, you take a look at it, Hermione. I'm going to the loo." He closed it and handed the book to her and walked out of the compartment they were in. Hermione, grinning in a way not reserved for the sane, took the book and curled into the corner where Harry had sat, the warmth left from his body leaving a soothing feeling like when she read by the fireplace at her home den. Hermione opened the book to the first page to see what it was titled or if it would give a brief description, and found that entitled Mind Magics and the letter from Gringotts stuck to the inside cover. Curiosity spinning, she read that first before going through the book itself. Harry entered the loo and turned to close the door, locking it from anyone who may have come in, remembering a rather spirited attempt after his 5th year that he still felt too embarrassed to tell anyone about, and when he turned around he saw Laura there, smiling brightly at him. "Hiya, Harry," she chirruped. Harry looked at her for a few seconds and blinked before he hopped backwards, hitting the door with a thump and let out a surprised yelp. "Ah!" He looked around frantically, checking himself over to see if he had any stab wounds or if he was bleeding from anywhere. "What? Why are you here? Did I die again?" Laura snorted before sitting on the toilet seat, leaving him to stand. "No, you didn't die. If you did, I certainly wouldn't have been smiling." She looked at him with a penetrating gaze, making him shudder lightly but unable to look away. "So, what's up?" he asked nervously. "You're off to a good start. You haven't really changed too much yet, which is good. I do have a few things I'd like to mention, and then I'll be on my way." When he nodded, still looking highly confused, she began. "All righty, now I'm here as part of the contract. Remember when I told you that you would be getting guidance from us? Well, this is it. I've called in a few favors and cashed in a few IOUs from some poker games." She looked sharply at Harry and began speaking in a nearly frightening voice. "Don't ever play poker with rules of once the clothes are gone, you start getting favors." She shuddered. "You'll regret it." As Harry was processing that, and only just about to get to the point all teenage-minded males would go, she spoke again in her previously chipper voice. "Anyway, you'll want to decide on if you're going to try and rely on your information of the future, which I don't suggest as the smallest things, including your emancipation, are going to change, or start over from the beginning, which I would recommend." Now Harry was most certainly confused, thoughts about possible favors out of his mind. "Why wouldn't I rely on what I know of what's going to happen?" he asked, thinking that was the whole point of going back in time, just like the original end to his 3rd year with Hermione. Laura sighed, saddened by remembering what happened in the past with just such thoughts. "Well, think of it this way. Imagine you're in a fight with a Death Eater and you remember the fight exactly as it happened. Now, say you remember dodging left and dodging the killing curse." As he nodded, she continued. "Now imagine that you dodged left because this particular Death Eater had a tendency to shoot a little to the side of his opponent, and you knew that, but you said something or did something where he wound up fixing it, and the next time you fought he was better and hit you instead." Harry's eyebrows rose as he realized what she was saying. "You mean I may change something that totally makes things different, and if I rely on my knowledge of the future and ignore what's going on now, I may screw it up royally?" Laura blinked with her eyebrows raised high. "You got that faster than I thought you would." Hey, but yes, that's basically it. Harry grumbled before nodding and leaning up against the door. So, probably just learn as much as I can, try to get what Horcruxes I can, and just take everything as I can. Got you. I can expect fourth year to run about the same, considering old Mouldy Shorts shouldn't hear about what's going on with me, since he's going to use this whole year to get the Tri-Wizard tournament rigged. Laura held up a finger. Don't assume, she said in a sing-song voice. Right, probably safer that way. Harry grimaced. Laura nodded. Correct. Also, you should see about going to the apothecary in Diagon Alley and try to get some malnourishment potions, or potions that will jumpstart you on a growth spurt, and try to live at Potter Manor. It's got a lot of protections that would allow anyone who is underage to practice magic without any problems, if you so chose to have them over, and for the love of God, get a new wardrobe. She glared at him as only a woman could. Just wait until after the summer so your growth spurt won't make it pointless. Harry nodded and adopted a very serious expression. I'll take all of that into consideration. Thank you. I do have a question, though. What's that? Laura, noticing his expression, became highly intrigued. Are you going back now, or do you plan to stay and watch while I pee? Laura's eyes widened and her face became a furious red before she squeaked and simply disappeared. Harry chuckled and did what he had originally come to do, pleased to have gotten one over on her. It was her own bloody fault for keeping him from his business in the first place, though. It was going to be a lot of fun if he could continue. Meanwhile, Laura was devising plans to get back at him, cackling madly as she wrote plan after plan down. The poor dead soul in front of her kept eyeing the door and whimpered. Harry was mildly annoyed as they pulled into the train station. He had tried twice to get Hermione's attention to get his book back, but she swatted him away each time he tried, as if he were an annoying gnat. He had been forced into sitting next to her with his arms crossed over his chest and pouted the whole trip back as she read. It was easily the most bored he had been for a while. He found that he had an odd enjoyment in reading the book compared to usual. Maybe it was because it wasn't being forced onto him. As the train shuddered to a stop, Harry shook Hermione's arm, ignoring her annoyed swatting, and finally decided on amused over annoyed. Hermione, we're here, Harry announced rather petulantly. Hermione looked up, shocked that they had made it so far. When she finally looked at the pages she had read through, she found that she was much further than she had thought. Oh, she looked around again as if lost. Okay. She was suddenly very glad that she had dressed in her muggle clothing underneath of her robes. I promise. I'll let you borrow it when we get back to Hogwarts, or once I've gone through as much as I need to. All right? Harry assured her. Hermione nodded. I saw the letter from Gringotts. Harry mentally smacked himself on the forehead and was curious about what you're hoping to find. Hermione was hoping it could be something she could help him with. She would love the opportunity to have something to do during the summer. I just realized that I had no idea what my account held, which was true, considering he never even found out in the original timeline, and felt I should really figure that out. Okay, that makes sense, Hermione admitted, thinking it was a reasonable plan. Harry nodded, an idea suddenly forming in his head. Hey, what would you say to helping me out closer to the end of summer? I'm wanting to get some books and would like your help to get some decent ones and help me get some normal clothes, and you always match, so I figured you'd have a lot of better choices than what I would come up with. That, and I have no clue where any decent stores would be or anything. Hermione's eyebrows rose as he spoke, but felt it would be fun all the same. Of course, that shouldn't be a problem. I don't do much shopping, but if you don't have problems with it, my parents would likely take us. Harry nodded as they made their way down the corridor in the trains. Great. I plan to get a lot done this summer, so I'll write you often, so we stay in touch. Harry mentally patted himself on the back as Hermione flashed him a brilliant smile. The night before, until he had finally fallen asleep, he took the time to think over everything in his past life that had happened and was truly able to see how he had completely missed Hermione and any potential love interest with her. It was like he'd had an epiphany about his feelings, like he sometimes had when he got a spell right. And Harry had every intention of playing catch-up this time around. He was not sure whether or not it was actually love in a romantic sense, but knew it would be incredibly easy if he wanted it to be. As they left the train, Harry gave Hermione a loose, one-armed hug. "Talk to you soon, Hermione." They smiled at each other as Hermione hugged him back and then offered a final goodbye and then rushed towards her parents, who watched the hug with curious gazes. Ron was already gone, with the rest of the Weasleys on their way home to get everything ready to take an international portkey to Egypt, thanks to having won the wizarding lottery. They didn't have the time to make pleasant goodbyes. "Get over here, boy!" Vernon's face was a pale pink as his rage was held in check in public. He despised his nephew, and being forced to pick him up from his freak school and make him come out of his way just to accommodate the little bastard simply pissed him off. "When we get back to the house while we're out at dinner, you're going to take care of the garden, then you'll be mowing. Then—" Harry tuned Vernon out as they made their way to Privet Drive, already making his own plans for the next day. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he responded automatically, easily falling into the old routine. When they arrived, Dudley and Petunia came bustling out of the door. "Get inside, boy." Petunia looked around as if making sure no one could see them, odd as it was. Harry briefly wondered why they continued telling people he went to St. Brutus's when anyone could see his school trunk and realise it certainly was not where he had been. As soon as the Dursleys were out of the house, Harry made his way upstairs to his room and quickly began to forge a fake letter from Gringotts to explain why he wasn't doing his chores and began working on his homework. Had he known forging fake Gringotts letters was illegal, he probably would have gone a different route, but it suited his purposes and would be destroyed soon enough. 3 hours later, when the Dursleys showed up, Harry had made it through potions, herbology, transfiguration, and charms, and was halfway through defense against the dark arts when Vernon burst through his door. "Boy, why didn't you do your chores?" Rather than speak, he handed the forged letter to Vernon, who took it warily, almost as if fearing it would bite him. "Mr. Potter, your request to emancipate yourself so that you may leave your normal relatives at peace and get out of their lives, as you put it, is in process. We will send a representative to you soon to offer you the paperwork, and we will then submit it. Please understand that your request was asked with the express notice of not asking for money, shelter, or any other staples from your relatives. Due to this, once the paperwork is signed and completed, you will have 1 hour to vacate their residence before you will be trespassing, and they are under absolutely no obligation to offer you anything. Should they approve of this and sign off on it, then you will have no choice but to abide by that decision. Please understand that this means any obligations, legal and financial, are your sole responsibility, Mr. Potter. If we do not arrive at some point of the day you receive this letter, please find some method of coming to Gringotts to put all paperwork through. Griphook, Gringotts Legal Department." Harry watched Vernon very carefully as he read over the faux letter, and was very pleased when he saw a slight smirk slowly turn into a full-blown grin that threatened to break his face in two. "My original plan was to surprise you guys and let you know that I was leaving, but apparently there's paperwork that I need to fill out, and you may have to sign it also. As you can see," Harry pointed at the paper, hoping to hide his nervousness. "I've already made sure you won't have to worry about giving me any money or anything else really, and you won't have anything left to do with me because there won't be anything I can do to come back and hit you guys up for. But that bit where it said that they may be showing up tonight is why I didn't do the chores. If I didn't have to get ready for the whole official thing, then whoever came here would leave as quickly as possible, since I know you don't want to risk the neighbours seeing anything freak-related." Vernon smiled widely as he read the bits over he was most fond of, the whole thing. "If this works out, then we'll call it square, boy. If it doesn't, then expect to be worked hard to make up for your slack," he growled before throwing the paper on the bed and leaving. Harry shook his head and smiled as he walked over to Hedwig's cage and petted his familiar. "It seems things are working out well so far, girl. Why don't you hunt for the night while I finish up my homework? With my knowledge, I'm breezing through this stuff like crazy." Hedwig hooted gently as Harry opened the window for her to escape from. Dan and Emma Granger listened as Hermione told them about her year at Hogwarts, much of it being what she had already told them in her letters. Both were listening, somewhat in fear and somewhat in awe as she spoke of the year she had had. By the time she had caught them up to everything, they were already finished with their dinner and were halfway home. "So Harry killed a giant snake and saved that Ginny girl?" Emma watched her daughter nod before asking the follow-up question. "And that's the boy who you got off the train with?" "Yes. He was asking if I thought that I might be able to help him pick out some new clothes at the end of summer and get a few books and such." Emma and Dan shared a look of amusement as Hermione seemed to blush lightly. "Well, I don't think that would be a problem," Dan began, "though I'm surprised he'd want your help rather than his family's. So long as he gives us enough warning to get ready and is willing to work around whatever we may have scheduled if it's important, I'd be okay with it." "Oh, Harry isn't the type to put people out of their way," Hermione assured them. "If he hadn't asked himself, I would say he would worry about being a bother, actually. He said he plans on writing to me fairly often this summer and would let me know when he wanted to go out and do some shopping." "Well, we'll see what we can do for the boy when the time comes. For now, tell us more about your classes. You told us in a letter that you get to choose new ones next year, right?" Emma chuckled as she saw her daughter nod enthusiastically. "Tanaptas kantiutit in tea." Rida Mazuumpam. Sunday, June 20th, morning, number 4, Privet. Dr. Harry awoke early the next morning since he was still used to getting up for classes and went downstairs, only to see that Dudley and Vernon were still asleep and Petunia was currently making breakfast. As he entered the kitchen, Petunia scowled at him. "Aunt Petunia, did Vernon tell you about what I was trying to—" "Yes, idiot child, we tell each other everything, of course. Vernon took the day off to make sure he would be here for this, so get out of here and make sure your freak friends don't come around our house." She began furiously scrubbing the counter with her towel, ignoring or not caring that she was using the dirty bit of the towel. Harry merely nodded and went upstairs to take a shower and then read a little more of the book left to him about the power-limiting seal, determining that it wasn't all that difficult to cast if you knew how to use wandless magic, since it couldn't be done with a wand. At 5 minutes after 8, Harry dressed into his robes, grabbed his wand and the paper sent to him from Gringotts. Looking around to see if he missed anything, he finally decided he was ready. "Well, let's get this started." Harry tapped his wand to the parchment and felt the expected tug behind his navel. He found himself flailing around in a technicolor stream of lights before landing roughly on his bum with an oomph. Looking around, he got up and rubbed his aching backside. He saw a relatively closed-off area that was well lit with a rather large gold inlay on the stone floor, with the Gringotts seal dominant and some kind of runic structure surrounding it. "Those are cool. I wonder what they're for." His musings were interrupted by a heavy wooden door opening and a familiar goblin entering. "Oh! Hello, Grip Hook!" Harry greeting the tiny creature. The goblin raised an eyebrow at Harry and motioned him towards the door. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. If you'll come this way, we will begin the meeting you've requested." Harry walked with Griphook out of the room and down a winding series of stone hallways. several of which he couldn't help but think he was purposefully led down several times to keep him from memorizing the route. "Griphook, if you don't mind my asking, where are we?" Harry asked, sure he had just passed the same hallway for the third time. Griphook considered him a few moments, debating how much to say compared to how little they usually elected for. Only considering the concern the upper tiers of management had made in regards to the boy and his accounts with them allowed the goblin to come to a decision before actually responding with only a slight hesitation. "Well, Mr. Potter, we are deep underneath of Gringotts in its vast network of catacombs. As stated in the letter sent to you, we almost never use the portkey arrival point given to you, and it is because of being in the bowels of the Gringotts inner networks, among other sensitive reasons. I'm afraid I do not have the authority to tell you more than this." Harry simply nodded, actually happy to have received more of an answer than he expected. "That's okay, Griphook. I asked, expecting the answer to be much less, just in case of something like that or security, and was only curious. Thank you for what you could give me anyway." While Griphook frowned slightly as he tried to figure out the actions of the wizard next to him, Harry was thanking Laura and whatever deities that had sent him back with his knowledge from his past life. He had learned towards the end, when he had to deal a bit more with goblins, when dealing with Sirius's and Dumbledore's wills, that goblins reacted very well to respect and honour and were disgusted by anything that showed weakness or vulnerability. Simply treating them as he wanted them to treat him without cowing before them had gained him the ear of the goblins whenever he dealt with them. The only exception seemed to be death of a loved one. They seemed to understand the humans' need to mourn during that time, though they couldn't understand mourning those lost in battle. He hoped to start that much earlier and possibly with a stronger bond this time around. After several minutes of walking in silence, they finally came to a large wooden set of double doors with heavy silver and gold handles. The Gringotts seal was etched into each. Harry noticed that the seal appeared to be identical to the one in the port key room, but somehow seemed different. Griphook didn't even pause as he opened the doors and ushered Harry inside and to a seat at the edge of a long table. "Senior Advisor and Head of Accounts Management Fangstone will be by momentarily. I will remain with you throughout the proceedings. Do you require any drink?" "No, thank you." Griphook nodded, and almost immediately a slightly taller goblin walked in with two attendants who were carrying several scrolls and parchments each. When the goblin entered, Griphook immediately stood at attention and then bowed. Harry, seeing this, decided to imitate him by standing from his chair and bowing as well, obviously using Griphook as his guide, since he was looking slightly to the side to see if he matched postures and was waiting for a sign of when to rise. Fangstone raised an eyebrow and found himself equally as amused as shocked at the young wizard's actions. Wizards did not tend to show. Goblins respect or believe them to be anything more than animals, but this one, it seemed, had yet to learn of that facet of wizarding society. "You may rise," he said, moving to the head of the table. "My name is Senior Advisor Fangstone, Mr. Potter, Head of Accounts Management. We have taken the liberty of getting each of the files you have requested of us in relation to your parents' will, a transaction summary of your holdings since your parents' deaths, your full account holdings, emancipation paperwork, and a few things we thought you may wish to know about in hopes of anticipating what you would ask about." Harry nodded, already knowing that from the letter. "Thank you. May we first start with my parents' will?" Harry asked. Fangstone nodded while pulling out the scroll in question. "As you wish, Mr. Potter. I must ask, however, why your guardians haven't come with you." Fangstone watched intently as Harry frowned and seemed to think before answering. "Well, that was actually part of why I wanted to see my parents' will. You see, I live with my aunt from my mother's side and her husband and son. They despise magic, though, and in turn despise me. I trust you can understand the reference when I say that. Minus the magic, I was treated about like one of the Malfoy house elves." Harry noticed the goblin's eyes widen slightly and could feel Griphook shift beside him. Ah, I see you do understand. Needless to say, I didn't want to bring them, especially where they may learn I've got money that they would certainly try to take from me. I've also learned that I had a godfather, Sirius Black, and that I was supposed to be with him, but that it wasn't done because Albus Dumbledore put me there, and that Sirius was put into Azkaban without a trial or questioning or anything a few days after that. I want to try and find out about all of that, and I was thinking about what I might do after school when I realized that I had no clue what I can do financially or anything. He shrugged as the goblins looked worried. You were saying, Mr. Potter, then you live with your Aunt Petunia. Harry furrowed his brow in honest confusion as Fangstone questioned him while the older goblin glanced at the document that was now separate from the others. Yes, how did you know her name? He noticed a very slight wince from the goblin as he unfurled the will. To sum up your parents' will, it says everything is to go to you with a stipend account to help take care of you and gives several options for where you should be placed should the worst happen to both of your parents, with Mr. Black being the primary guardian. It also states specifically that you should never go to your mother's sister, Petunia Evans, turned Petunia Dursley, the Malfoy family, Knott family, Goyle family, or any others that have been suspected to have been Death Eaters without direct questioning under Veritaserum or magical oath of innocence. It then goes on to state the specifics of how your account should be handled until you were able to take over control. Harry quickly read through the will and found that it did say very much the same thing he was just told, albeit with words he wasn't sure he'd ever use in normal conversation. What's this bit here about a magical guardian? Harry remembered Laura saying something of the same name from the book she had given him, but nothing in it was about law. It was something about animals, where this certainly wasn't. He was slightly worried he'd done something wrong when Fangstone seemed to become upset. For those who live in both realms, the Muggle and Wizarding, a child will have a guardian for each, unless those, such as Muggle-born children, have natural guardians or parents. Simply put, your magical guardian handles your legal magical needs, while your guardian would be the one to handle any other issues you have. In the magical world, a magical guardian is usually assigned by the parents within their wills. If not, then the current headmaster of Hogwarts will generally take that role as they do while you are within the school, unless you already have a magical guardian, which should have been Mr. Black, the Longbottoms, or the Bones in your case. Fangstone frowned as he looked at the will. However, it would seem the executioner of your will, Mr. Dumbledore, has neglected his duties and placed you with his own choice of Muggle guardian. I have a parchment that states he had you placed there, but not explaining his reasoning which is required, so I will make sure we look into that. Suddenly Harry began to panic. He really didn't want Dumbledore to know what he was up to quite yet. I'm very sorry to interrupt, but I actually know why he did it, but I have to say that it isn't worth it. What do you mean, Mr. Potter? Fangstone was quite curious, enough so that he was willing to forgive Harry's interrupting him. He was far more polite than most, anyway. At least this human spoke with them rather than at them and didn't simply order them about like household pets. Harry frowned and took a few seconds to decide what he wanted to do. Before I explain, may I ask a few questions? Intrigued, Fangstone merely nodded. Thank you. First, does my account currently have someone to manage it? He asked, already knowing it didn't. No, due to the restrictions placed in the beginning to make sure nothing unfortunate happened, the account was placed into an automated system of deposits and withdrawals to maintain account integrity and nothing more. All of your guardians are capable of working with only your trust fund, however, unless they can prove that something immediate must be done with another for some valid reason. Harry nodded at Fangstone's response. Thank you. Now, while I can see needing to alert the Ministry to some aspects of our business today, is there anything that we speak about that could be kept within the confidence of myself and Gringotts? Now very highly intrigued, Fangstone motioned for the others to leave, Griphook only staying at Harry's motion to stay. I cannot guarantee that anything we speak about will not be discussed with our leaders where appropriate, but I can assure you that we will not alert those who needn't hear of it, so long as it isn't anything illegal or in some way harmful to the Goblin Nation. Harry looked Fangstone in the eye the entire time he spoke, slightly unnerving the older goblin, since few humans could do so without feeling as though they were prey. Harry wasn't sure exactly why he wanted to tell them this information, but he felt compelled to let them know a little about what was going on, even if not specifically anything related to his time travel. While nothing I speak of is in any way harmful to the goblins directly, the results of this information could be later on down the line. You see, a little before I was born, a prophecy was created that basically said I would be the one to fight Voldemort and would be the only one who could defeat him, though it also doesn't specifically say that I will. Harry took a moment to take in the completely gobsmacked expressions before continuing. Dumbledore knows about the prophecy, though he doesn't know that I know of it, and that is why he put me with my aunt. He said that he put some kind of blood protections around my house that were based on my mother's blood and her sacrifice to save me as a child. They may have protected me from Death Eaters, but they didn't protect me from my Uncle Vernon or Cousin Dudley, which is why I want the emancipation. He paused a moment and looked thoughtful as the two goblins in front of him tried to take everything in. Though I suppose that not being held under that age restriction for magic would be nice also. Fangstone and Griphook shifted to ease their discomfort at what they had just learned. You were saying, Mr. Potter, that Dumbledore placed you in your aunt's care specifically for the sake of a protection from dark wizards, but were severely mistreated by your guardians? Harry nodded. Yup. Fangstone sighed and grabbed a thin stack of parchment from the table and slid it towards Harry while speaking. And you would be willing to testify to the home life you have had? Harry simply nodded as he began to read the paperwork. Very well, then this is the emancipation paperwork you requested. You've got the funds and are of an age where this can be done legally, and if the Dursleys were to sign it, then there would be nothing that Dumbledore or anyone else can do about it unless you prove to be unfit for emancipation. We'll be sure to push this through private channels to make sure this encounters as little resistance as possible. You will simply need the Dursleys to sign this in the places you've left for them. Once you do, the paperwork will disappear and you will receive a confirmation owl within minutes, advising you if it was approved or rejected. If they refuse to sign it, you can elect to mark the second option on page 21 and run the risk of it failing or being contested at a later date, Fangstone explained. Thanks. Harry smiled as he signed on the indicated spaces as he read through the paperwork. After several minutes of reading and signing, he slid the completed forms to Fangstone, who handed them to Griphook to double-check. They were dealing with a child, after all, who sometimes overlooked the obvious. Your holdings with us are actually fourfold, Fangstone said, as he slid a folder towards Harry. As Harry opened it, his jaw dropped. Holdings of Harry James Potter, Vault 687, Trust Fund 916 galleons, 0 sickles, 0 knuts. Interest rate 0%, supplementary only. To be reset to 1,000 galleons every August 1st, and used for anything necessary for Harry and his upbringing. Items none. Security 3. Chamber 23, Potter Family Vault, 9,925,183 galleons, 4 sickles, 28 knuts. Interest rate 0%. Return on investments. See investment section of portfolio. Items numerous, listed in separate folder within chamber. Property multiple, see combined list at Security 30, Chamber 9, Gryffindor Ravenclaw Family Vault, 82 galleons, 2 sickles, 13 knuts. Interest rate 0% a supplementary. Items numerous, listed in separate folder within chamber 20 non. Security 27, chamber 10, Slytherin Hufflepuff family vault, 291 galleons, 2 sickles at 3080 knuts, and interest rate 0%, supplementary. Items none, property 2, Gaunt residence pure life cemetery. Security 30, trust fund only, is accessible by the account holder's guardians and account holder until Harry Potter is the age of majority. Guardians include Muggle Guardians, Petunia Evans Dursley and Vernon Dursley. Magical Guardians, Sirius Black Albus Dumbledore. Harry was incredibly shocked to see that the founders had been married to each other. He always knew they were friends, but thinking it over, he realized that there was never anything in their texts or as myth that they had never had any romantic interests, but it was widely known that they had legal blood heirs. How in the hell could anyone have missed that? His eyebrow twitched as he thought about it, before he realized that all 4 founders were on the paper. Maybe he would have to finally take Hermione up on her offer and actually read Hogwarts: A History. I know the Potters are heirs of Gryffindor, but I honestly didn't know about Ravenclaw, and I had no clue whatsoever that Slytherin and Hufflepuff were together. But when and how am I related to them? Fangstone chuckled at Harry's bewildered expression as he motioned to the paper in his hands. I don't understand the whole situation, but I believe that Slytherin had a grandson from his primary line of succession who was believed to be a squib and ran away before his family could kill him for polluting their bloodline. Fangstone smiled toothily at Harry before continuing. In truth, I believe he turned out to be quite the powerful wizard. He had a chaotic core that kept him from being able to use magic or even give constant results when tested, so he was ostracized from his family until he learned to control it much later. I believe there is a genealogy tome in your vault that gives more information, but the connection is on your mother's side, if I recall correctly. It was quite the interesting experience when she came in to be added to your father's vaults and was discovered. Harry was in shock. He was truly an heir of all 4 founders then. All of his second year, it would seem, everyone was correct. I can't believe I'm an heir of all of them, he whispered, as he stared off into space for a few moments. When Fangstone cleared his throat, Harry shook his head to clear it. What does this actually mean? Being an heir of all of them, that is? Not much, actually, aside from the sway they hold due to public opinion, but it is the land that is important for you. Hogwarts Castle may likely be yours, as it belonged to the Ravenclaw line originally, but was built upon by each of the contributing founders and permission given to the ministry to continue using it as a school after they passed on, though I'm unsure of the exact details and whether control remained fully with you or not at the moment. Any specifics would have to be found within your vaults in any records that may exist there. Other than that, their vaults didn't hold much money, especially when you consider the economy at the time, and sadly the Slytherin vault was emptied of all items before the first rise of Voldemort, Fangstone said. He and the rest of the goblins didn't normally speak his name, but if some 12-year-old was going to do it without flinching right in front of him, he wasn't about to do any less. They didn't fear the man, but they felt hot rage when he was brought up for all those his minions had killed and all that lost revenue. Even goblins didn't enjoy paperwork. Yeah, that was actually by Voldemort. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, last of the Gaunt line, who were also descendants of Slytherin. Harry's flippant explanation while looking over his property listings nearly caused the aged goblin in front of him to choke on absolutely nothing as he refrained from roaring in anger. The ministry looked for several years to try and figure out who he was, Mr. Potter. How did you come across this information? Fangstone asked in a barely controlled voice. Harry looked up to see Fangstone eyeing him with a rather critical eye, making him slightly uncomfortable. Well, if you look him up and after you learn about some of the past students, you'd see the connection. The name Voldemort is actually an Ana'an. He fumbled over the words purposefully to make it appear he wasn't quite as familiar with it as he should be. Anagram, I think, of his real name. Tom Marvolo Riddle can be rearranged to say, I am Lord Voldemort. As Griphook handed the paperwork back to Fangstone, with a nod showing it was completed so far, Fangstone decided to leave it alone, knowing that nothing would come of it for now. Later, however, was a different story. Your emancipation paperwork is completed on your side, but the guardians you were left to by Dumbledore's orders will need to sign it. Once they do, the paperwork will disappear, and within a few minutes you should receive an owl that either confirms or denies your emancipation, the latter of which isn't likely to happen. Harry's eyes were wide. Does it normally happen so quickly? Harry was thinking of all the different kids out there who would want to run away whenever their parents did something the child didn't like, trying to do what he had just done. Not normally, no, but you are Harry Potter, and there are several who would not like to see you moving about freely. Also, it would be a very big bit of news, and our client's confidentiality is one of our highest priorities. We will move the request through private but fully legal channels so that it cannot be contested until it is too late. Doing so, it goes directly to the department needed in the ministry to be finished by one of our representatives. It shouldn't be until you do something on your own or someone specifically looks into your legal status that anyone will find out. Harry grinned widely as he received the information. That's incredible, thank you very much, Harry exclaimed happily. Fangstone nodded. This means that you will have all rights and responsibilities of an adult in both the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. Once this is through, you will have full access to your vaults. We highly recommend allowing us to offer you an accounts manager, or if you feel you'd be more comfortable not having a goblin handle your account, you could get a wizarding consultant. Actually, that was why I wanted Griphook to remain when you dismissed the other two. I was hoping, he turned to the wide-eyed Griphook as he continued, and feel free to decline if you don't want to, but I was hoping that you'd be willing to manage my account and answer questions for me when I come in and such. Both goblins looked at Harry in absolute shock. What he was asking for was quite frankly unheard of. Griphook just went from one of the lowest tiers in Gringotts as a simple teller to managing on of the largest 5 accounts they had. Wizards, more and more often in recent years, have had a growing distrust of goblins. That he would offer to entrust his account to one was something that hadn't happened in almost 3 decades. Yes, Mr. Potter, I would be honoured to accept the position, Griphook exclaimed happily. Only a few families had more financial wealth than the Potters, and 2 of them were no longer in the running with. The merger of the Potter line with the other 4 names if they accepted the boy. Only the Flamels and Alucards had more outside of some of their non-human clientele. Excellent. I already know that my aunt and uncle will sign this, so I do have a question. Can I get a way to pay for things in the magical world and the Muggle? I will need to buy a few things in the Muggle world soon, and would like to not have to carry around a large amount of money. Harry already knew that what he wanted was available, but didn't want to seem too knowledgeable about them. That, and he wasn't totally sure when they were created. We have a card that works just like a Muggle credit card in the Muggle Society and needs only to be tapped with a wand on our seal for the magical community, which will create a registry of items and costs to be signed off on and has a per-transaction cost of 5 nuts. It will work with your trust fund until you become emancipated. Then we'll simply add your trust fund into your family vault. We have banks in the Muggle world that act as front so that we may support anyone who moves about in that world. Harry nodded as Fangstone spoke until he got towards the end. Actually, I'd like to keep my trust fund if I could. Also, once I'm emancipated, I want everyone but myself off of the vaults and add Hermione Jane Granger, a Muggle-born witch, to the trust fund and give her a card like my own, if you could. Fangstone discreetly wriggled his fingers, casting a non-verbal detection spell to look for any mind control spells and love potions. Getting an immediate negative response, he nodded. As you wish, we can do so, but you are aware that she could empty the vault out at any moment without any legal recourse, yes? Fangstone asked. Harry nodded as he answered. I do. But I wouldn't have done this if I didn't trust her. I'm doing this because I have something I'm going to get her for Christmas and want her to be able to use a little of the money for what I'm getting her, because it will help me out as much as her with the books I know she'll get. Harry's infectious grin got the two goblins to smirk themselves, though the goblins saw it as a predatory action of a male chasing his mate and thought nothing of warning Harry of what those in the Wizarding would see such an action as the first time the girl attempted to use the card, before Griphook took over. As I'll be your account manager, I'll be sure to send her the card as soon as your emancipation goes through. We can do nothing until it does in that regard, as you don't have authorization to do so. Griphook explained, looking forward to getting to work at his new position. I understand. Thank you, Harry said with a smile. He knew advancing Griphook to an account manager position as he had was unorthodox, but it ingratiated the goblin to Harry for almost no risk. As an account manager, he handled basic bank administravia to allow various transactions that Harry oversaw and warn the owner of potential problems with either the account or its investments that could spell disaster for the bank or the account as a whole, while keeping an eye out for any charges to the account that appear outside of the ordinary or suspicious, which he would then bring to Harry's attention, as computers would do in the Muggle world in banks and credit card institutions, while also being the primary point of contact within the bank when Harry needed something. And since Griphook was now in a position to make a lot more gold than he had been, and was now a more important goblin within the bank, he would be extremely motivated to perform well and assist Harry with anything he needed, which had been the point from the beginning. He needed a helpful set of eyes and ears within the bank for when he needed information. With such a low risk factor, if Griphook should fail, he gained a potentially competent and extremely loyal employee. Griphook nodded and then got up and left to get Harry his card while Fangstone continued. In summation, if you can get your current guardians to sign the paperwork, you will be free of the underage magic restriction and have access to your full holdings with the changes you requested made. Other than that, we've addressed all other things you've asked about, and we haven't needed to discuss any of the things we've brought with us. Do you have any other questions? Actually, yes, I was hoping to begin living at Potter Manor, since I saw it on the list of properties you gave me. Would that be possible? Harry asked, remembering Laura's orders. Fangstone nodded once and gathered up all of his paperwork aside from the holding statement and handed Harry a small box as he replied. The properties are yours to do with as you please, so long as your emancipation goes through. Within this box, you'll find the Potter, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw signet rings. If you put them all onto your finger, they will merge into one, showing only the one you wish to show, or breaking apart to show you whichever ones you wish to be seen, and are charmed to offer a direct link to up-to-date legal information when called upon. It's one of the methods that purebloods develop to stay up to date with the changes in the government, since they are the only ones with such rings. By being a blood heir to any of the founders, in this case all of them, you also have an automatic pureblood status in our current government, legally at least, which grants you the same perks that they enjoy and gives you the same abilities as they have, even though you are technically a half-blood since your mother was born to a line of squibs and muggles, or was magical herself at the very least. Fangstone decided not to mention that the rings had a chance of not accepting the boy, waiting to see the reactions of the old magic first. Wide-eyed, Harry opened the box and saw all 5 rings, each with their own coat of arms. The founder rings were just like the ones from school, while the Potter signet ring appeared to be a wand, sword and shield. Placing them on his right ring finger, they flashed and formed into one ring, showing the Potter insignia. Fangstone smirked as he saw each ring accept him as their master. This boy, who showed none of the bigotry of most wizards in office, would grow to be a powerful ally. "Wicked," Harry said with a huge grin. He was going to make Dumbledore regret keeping him from all of this in his past several lives. These rings alone would have saved him during his trial before his 5th year started. And if there was a repeat of everything with Skeeter during 4th year, he would be more than ready to teach the woman a lesson. Even now, as the thoughts of those situations arose, the rings provided him with the information to crush his enemies and somehow offered the ability to go a step further and tell him how to get the most out of them. "Must be the Slytherin ring," Harry thought amusedly. The Potter signet ring actually works as an emergency portkey to the very residence you were requesting. You merely have to command it to take you there, which it will allow for yourself and whomever you are touching or is touching you, as most family rings will. It, like all old family rings, has a form of minor sentience in such a way that it has a mental connection to the wearer, so long as he is a Potter, by blood and male, as the Potters, much like other old blood families, were patriarchal, unless you decide to change such a thing in the future. It's this same sentience that gives you the legal information when requested from you or given to you when a situation arrives where it is needed, if it senses itself capable of assisting you. It is similar to that of a wizarding portrait, only incapable of speaking to you. It understands your speech and desires and can provide laws to you. None of the rings will speak with you, however, except to quote law. As Harry was looking at the ring, Griphook walked in and handed Harry a shiny black card that had the Gringotts seal in the upper right corner in gold, with Harry's name in silver along the bottom and the Potter coat of arms in the upper left-hand corner. It has got a mild charm embedded into the card by use of runes written below the black cover that will cause anyone you give it to accept it as a standard Muggle credit card. We have connections to all of the Muggle financial institutions in the world, so anywhere you use it will accept it, Griphook advised. Harry nodded as he put it into his makeshift wallet. They quickly finished their business, and Griphook walked Harry back to the portkey chamber, where he made sure to have the emancipation paperwork in his pocket and tapped the letter a final time to return to his bedroom, nearly an hour and a half after he had left, falling flat on his arse. "And I've got to get the hang of that," he grumbled as he got up. His first step was to get downstairs and get through his next bit of acting with as little trouble as possible. "Uncle Vernon," he said, coming into the living room. "We're all only a few signatures away from never seeing each other again." Harry let the paperwork fall onto the table in front of his now smiling uncle. "I've never been more happy to see you, boy." Vernon looked over the pages quickly enough to make Harry wonder if he was even actually reading, before signing on each of the glowing spaces that indicated his name. He didn't even balk at the unnatural paper or the quill Harry had given him to write with. Even when the glowing spaces stopped glowing with his name, he was still smiling dumbly. "Petunia, get in here and sign the freak's paper. We'll truly be rid of him. We don't even have to give him money to support himself." Vernon was all but bouncing in his seat as Petunia came in, wiping her hands with a towel. "I wonder if she was in there the whole time I was gone," Harry thought as she looked over the paperwork skeptically. "This is serious, and we don't have to give him anything." Petunia was actually unsure about all of this. Harry had just shown up on their doorstep one morning with nothing but a basket and a letter which said that the followers of the madman that killed her sister were after Harry, but if they were still after him, then Harry surely would not have been able to be allowed to go out on his own like this, right? "You bet your sweet buns it is." Harry couldn't stop the shiver of revulsion that raced down his spine at Vernon's blunt confirmation. The freak's papers basically say that this waives us of all responsibilities of him and that we're free and clear. In truth, Vernon only read a few words on each paper, just so he could say he had read it. He had no real clue what it said, but he knew what emancipation would mean to them, even if it was all about those unnatural people, Petunia frowned slightly at the quill, but took it and signed on each glowing rectangle. As she lifted the quill from the last page, the parchments rolled up and lifted into the air before disappearing with a quiet flash of light, shocking the two Dursleys. "What the hell was that, boy?" Vernon growled out dangerously. Harry just shook his head and raised a hand in a calming gesture. "That was the magic contained in the contract to send it where it needed to go. I should have an answer soon of if it went through or not. After that, I'll write a letter, get my things together, and be out of here for good." Vernon hopped up and punched his fist into the air with a whoop. "Wonderful! We'll be rid of the boy and not have to worry about any of those freaks showing up ever again." His cheering was cut off as an owl flew in through the fireplace and landed on Harry's shoulder, holding its leg out with a letter addressed to him. "Thank you," he said as he untied it. As soon as it was relieved of its burden, the owl flew back up the chimney. "Wasn't the chimney grate closed?" Petunia mumbled, more to herself than the others. "Lord Potter, it pleases us at the Ministry of Magic and our associates at Gringotts Wizarding Bank to inform you that you are now officially emancipated and are henceforth exempt from all underage restrictions placed upon you. As of the moment you receive this letter, you are considered an adult in both the magical and muggle communities in all situations, legal and personal. This means any legal situations you come across, finances, use of magic, and means of supporting yourself fall fully unto yourself. Please take these things into consideration, because anything you do will now be looked at as an adult, unless you prove yourself to be incapable of maintaining your emancipation, at which point a suitable family will be found for you as your new guardians, and a suitable punishment would be found at that point if necessary. Please note that you will be unable to take your hereditary seat in the Wizengamot until you are 17 years of age, as you are still within school. The only time in which you may take your seat is for any laws or legal proceedings in which the full and active Wizengamot must be present, or if you should happen to find someone to sit in your seat for you as your voice. If you choose to go this route, we ask that you make your choice with care, as they have full empowerment to make whatever decisions they choose as if they were yours. However, as Lord Potter, you are eligible for only one seat, rather than Potter, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, combined without taking a wife for each line to allow it to continue. Please keep this in mind." This request for emancipation was put through on private channels. While this is legal, please note that it means that very few are notified of your new legal status and sworn to secrecy while the information is not public knowledge. As such, you should remember to exercise caution while using magic. Though you are no longer held under the restrictions for underage magic, and the charm held on your wand is already deactivated from our tracking systems, no one is exempt from the statute of secrecy. Sincerely, Darren Wogan, Ministry of Magic. Harry smiled brilliantly as he finished the letter. However, with the bit mentioning his seat in the Wizengamot, he felt it would be a bad idea to allow Vernon to read it, so he merely rolled it up and looked at Vernon. "I'll write my letter and be out of your hair in the hour." He turned and quickly ran up the stairs to his room for the last time. With a rather large grin, he grabbed a fresh parchment and dipped the quill to write Hermione a letter. "Hey, Hermione. Good news. I'm emancipated. I'll explain more. But I've got a few things I need to get done this summer, so I'll tell you when we meet again near the end of the summer break. I don't want to say too much in the letter. I'm sorry to say, but no one will be able to find me until I make myself known to you later on. You'd be surprised at how good I am at not being found when I don't want to be. Anyway, I will be sending Hedwig to you with letters, though, so don't worry about that. I plan on responding to each one you end up sending, either the day I get it or the day after, unless I wear myself out. I have plenty of money, some houses and such. So don't worry about what I'll do or where I'll go or anything. Also, please don't tell anyone about this yet. I don't want anyone, not even Ron, since he's currently in Egypt, to know yet. Just you and your parents, if you'd like. I'll write you in a few days, love. Harry." P.S. I've already finished my homework, but, seriously, I'm sending them with this to, could you look them over for me? Puppy dog look. Don't correct them, but just look them over and tell me what you think. Also, I won't be available for a few hours, so could you please let Hedwig get some sleep while she's there? You can reply later tonight if you don't have any problems with it. Harry quickly rolled up the parchment and went to wake up Hedwig, only to see her already eyeing him. Hey, girl, do you mind delivering this to Hermione and maybe resting there tonight? I'm going to be making my way to our new home, and I don't want you to have to fly around randomly. Once we move in, then you'll be able to fly about freely and we don't have to worry about the Dursleys anymore. Hedwig hooted softly, slightly tired since it was nearing her own resting time. Accepting the letter, she flew out while Harry put the last of his things into his trunk before heading out. Hermione was in the middle of revising her Transfiguration essay when a beautiful, snowy white owl began to scratch at her bedroom window. Hello, Hedwig. What did Harry have to say today? After she took the letter, Hedwig flew to her headboard and shuffled herself until she was comfortable and began to doze. Hermione read Harry's letter, shocked that he had emancipated himself and unsure if she should be more shocked about that or that he'd not only done his homework, but completed it all with only a few hours' worth of time. She briefly wondered what he may be doing that would wear himself out, but decided there were more pressing matters at the moment. Okay, important part first, she thought to herself, only to realize she couldn't decide which was more important. Okay, forget important. Let's see how thorough he was with his homework. With a mental battle cry, she began to forge through his work, only to be amazed at the level of intimacy with the topics discussed. 5 extra years of study will tend to make such things child's play, really, at least for second-year material. Hermione read through each essay twice, looking for any potential errors the first time, and then searching her own texts to confirm some of what he had written. What in the world was he doing referencing Newt-level transfiguration? She threw her quill down with a frown as she finished making her own notes to go over later, and thought deeply about Harry's apparent new-found scholarly self and how it was annoying her to no end. Harry was thrilled with his shopping spree to this point. He had finished up at Gringotts and confirmed that a new account was created for Hermione from his old trust fund, and even managed to hit the apothecary and get a series of potions ordered to reverse all of the affects of the malnourishment he had received much of his life by forcing his body into a growth spurt. It was somewhat expensive, but it was not like he had to worry about money any time soon. The owner of the little shop was a bit worried about selling such a potion to a child, considering they were expensive and dangerous if used improperly. But a few words of encouragement from the boy who lived, and promises of a few higher-priced purchases later, and he was tripping over himself to be of use. A subtle suggestion of possible endorsements just gave him a discount, sadly. Now, however, he was finished with his purchases and didn't care to get anything else until he was with Hermione, so he looked at his new ring a little dubiously. "All right, little guy, take me to Potter Manor." Harry felt a tug behind his navel, signifying the pull of the port key, and he flashed through a technicolor stream of lights before landing on his arse over a very dark wooden floor. "Ow!" he yelled as he rolled onto his back. "Why do I have to get hurt every bloody time I take one of these things?" He got up and took a quick look around, noticing he was in some kind of receiving room that was about the size of the Dursleys' entire home and held an understated elegance in its furnishings and accessories. Everything appeared to have a classic feel rather than simply old, styles that said class and prosperity without making one cringe at the sight of it. "Dobby," Harry called out, already having planned on this. He was worried about having to clean the home like they had to at Grimmauld Place before his 5th year. It hadn't been lived in and had a house elf residing there. This one had been empty longer and didn't have one. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir?" Dobby asked as he popped in front of Harry. As he did, he took a quick glance around to see where he was at and sniffed slightly at the dirty house that dared be dusty with his favourite human within it before focusing all of his attention towards Harry. Harry knelt down in front of the house elf and began his prepared speech. "Dobby, how would you like to be a part of the Potter family?" Ever so slowly, Dobby's eyes widened to the point Harry was ready to reach out and grab them if they fell out of his head, and his ears raised until they were straight up and his lower jaw lowered, all at the same slow pace. It took the next 5 minutes for Harry to pry the happily sobbing creature from his leg before meshing out the details. Miss Hermione Jane Granger, recently, 1. Mr. Harry. James Potter has become emancipated and has described his wishes for his holdings with us. As such, the card you have just received, along with this letter, was sent to you at his request, and gives you access to a vault that you now have nearly full rights to and may use as you see fit. Currently, only you and Mr. Potter have the authority to utilize this vault, and only he has the ability to add any others. Your lack of ability to change access rights is your only restriction. The card may be used in any muggle or wizarding establishments and has several charms embedded within it by use of runes to ensure it will not be stolen or used by anyone without your permission, along with assuring that any muggles would see the card as any normal card to their eyes. To activate the card and tie it to yourself, you should place the tip of your wand onto the Gringotts seal in the upper right-hand corner and say, "Activate." You needn't worry about the restrictions on underage magic, as this casts nothing but ties it to your magical signature, using your wand as a bridge between that and the card. The Potter family coat of arms in the upper left-hand corner holds no significance at this point beyond showing whose account the card is tied to, and should the card be taken and the security seals bypassed, it will be sent to the account's manager in charge. Otherwise, by tying it to your magical signature, the card would appear within a pocket on your person should it be called to find its owner. You will receive no accounting records for this vault, as you are not the primary holder unless Mr. Potter specifies he would prefer otherwise. Any further questions should be directed towards Mr. Harry Potter or myself. Griphook, accounts manager of the Potter estate, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Hermione set the letter she had just received from a rather fierce-looking owl down on her desk and leaned back in her chair with a blank expression on her face. After a few moments of thinking about absolutely nothing, as her mind had been shocked to a standstill, she reached out and ran her fingers gently over the raised Potter insignia and her own name before smiling warmly. This showed a massive amount of trust in her on Harry's side. Suddenly, she decided to set the card before she either lost it or forgot to do it and gave someone else the chance to. She grabbed her wand from the top of her desk and put it firmly on the seal of Gringotts. "Activate!" She watched in wide-eyed fascination as the entire card blackened further to the point of nearly sucking in the light in the room, and an incredibly long series of gold and silver runes began to run down the card from top to bottom for several moments before finally fading and going back to its normal appearance. Hermione blinked the light splotches from her eyes and decided she would ask Harry about that, along with the rest of everything that night when she wrote her letter to him and Hedwig was up. "Just what are you up to?" she asked to the letters she had received that day between Harry and Gringotts. She could not understand exactly why Harry was doing so much like this without consulting anyone about it or why he didn't want to explain it in a letter, but she was sure she would get it out of him when they met up if she couldn't get it from him in a letter sooner. "Hello, Harry. First, your homework was perfect. The only errors I found were spelling errors. I'm very impressed. I thought there were some other errors, mainly with your information, but I looked them up and found that it was all accurate. I don't know where you got the information, but I really am impressed. It wasn't that it was all obscure information or anything. It's just that most of it is higher year information. While I knew a bit of it, I'm curious about why you did. You aren't exactly the type for advanced reading. Also, I thank you for the card from Gringotts, but I can't accept it. It's your money, and I can't just go around spending it. When we see each other again, I'll be giving it back. It isn't that I don't appreciate it, but I just can't spend your money like that. Okay, I've always assumed that you didn't have a great home life, and that you didn't like the Dursleys, especially after hearing about the story of when Ron rescued you before last year. But why emancipation? Why move out? And just where did you go, Harry James Potter? If you need somewhere to stay or something, I'm sure I can get my parents to let you stay with us. What did Dumbledore say about this? Did you even ask him if it would be safe to do? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what were you thinking? Now that I've got that out of my system, I should mention that I'm done with my summer work as well, and I'm going to go over some of the information you've written down. I'm a little curious about what you talked about in regards to transfiguring non-living materials into living materials. Your friend, Hermione. Good day, Lady Hermione. First, I want to say thanks for looking over my homework. I just wanted to be sure it was fine. I'll tell you all about where I got the information later. There'll be some stuff I want you to read over first. I'll actually send you the book in a few days after I've copied it all down. Second, the card is your own. The money is yours to do with as you please. Believe me when I tell you that it is merely a fraction of what I have. It's less than 1% of my overall holdings with Gringotts, and I trust you. It's only to a trust fund. I still have access to everything else, about £16 billion, where this is only about 100,000. You and I both know that I don't need to buy your friendship, and that I respect you enough to not have to worry about ulterior motives. Simply put, you are my friend, Hermione. I am not just simply giving you the money. I am offering to share it with you, to get things you are interested in getting. In regards to books and educational material, I know you'd share those with me if I wanted to look them over. I'll admit that I've actually got one ulterior motive, though. In the case that I need to get something, but can't, for whatever reason, then you could, if you're going in that direction. While I don't see that happening, at least we're covered if it is needed. As to what I was thinking, and I apologize for how this will sound in advance, but I was thinking I wanted absolutely nothing more to do with the Dursleys than I needed to, which is nothing. I refuse to write anything down, but all you need to know is that I may very well have taken some rather regrettable actions. I'm not talking about killing them, but I assure you, I had access, even with only my trust fund, to do basically anything I chose. Lack of a good home life is like saying I was worshipped by the Dursleys. I am gone from them and will have absolutely nothing more to do with them. Yes, Dumbledore will be upset when he finds out, but for his own reasons. Not for my own well-being. I can't explain in this letter, and he'd do just about anything to figure out how I found out. I'll tell you later, I suppose, but please don't ask me. I've actually learned about a duplication charm, and I use that on the book I want you to read. It only lasts for a couple of days, so you need to read it as fast as you can. Under absolutely no circumstances are you to tell anyone else about this book. I'll explain that later also, but I can't right now. It's against the rules. Also, please don't copy the whole thing if you want a permanent bit of any of this. I don't want there to be any chance that someone goes through our things again like they did last year with my own stuff. There hasn't been a copy of this for a few hundred years at least. I would like you to read up and practice the bit about occlumency. I've learned that both Snape and Dumbledore use legilimency on us regularly. It's a form of mind reading where they can sift through our memories and hear our thoughts. Snape almost daily at least. Sometimes I wasn't able to tell for sure when he did it, but was sure it was almost every day. And yes, it's the same one you read on the train ride home. Snicker. I was a little worried I'd have to carry you to your parents. Cheeky grin. That's about all I can actually talk about for now. I'm a little tired. I've been doing all kinds of things today, and I'm physically exhausted. My body just isn't used to this kind of activity. I'm looking forward to your next letter and our trip coming up. Love, Dad. Harry. Hi, Harry. I decided to read through the book before replying, since you said it would disappear after a few days and didn't specify how long it would last. I wanted to make sure I wrote down whatever I wanted to keep, which was surprisingly quite a bit. My hand is still aching a little. Thank you for it, by the way. It's very interesting. No, I'm worried about all these secrets, though, Harry. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, you're keeping secrets from Dumbledore. You're doing whatever it is that you're doing to exhaust yourself physically, and that also has me worried. You aren't doing anything, well, something that you shouldn't be, right? I mean, I know you said you had a place to stay and all, but it sounded a little... I don't know. Just be careful, all right? And I've been talking to my parents and they're thinking about letting me get a familiar. I'm trying to decide if I want an owl or a cat. An owl would be more practical, but you let me use Hedwig whenever I need to send out a letter, and anything I write to either you or Ron can be sent with whatever owl you send to me, while I've always wanted a cat. I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll look into it when I get to the store. All I know for sure is that I'm certainly not getting a rat or toad. I'm glad you said you respect me and trust me not to spend all of your money. You're right. You don't have to buy my friendship. I'm your friend, and while this is a very large gesture, I will remain your friend regardless of something like this. And you're right, I'll share anything I get with you. It is your money after all, and it isn't like I'll be getting a pair of knickers or jewelry that you'll need piercings for. Snicker, though you may look good in a dress. Have you ever thought about it? If you don't mind my asking, where are you staying? Are you safe? If you need any kind of help, please don't hesitate or worry about asking for help or anything. I'd be happy to help you with whatever you need. Your friend, Hermione. Hi, dear Hermione. My dear Hermione, I do believe you sounded like you thought I was doing something rather naughty to make my way. Tisks. For shame, Hermione. However, if you feel I must do such things, then feel free to ask your parents, and I shall remain at your home if you so choose. Shifty eyes with cheeky grin. Ha ha. I'm joking, Hermione. Well, ponders. Unless you'd like to make me pay in such a manner, growls and paws air. In truth, Hermione, I'm staying at one of the Potter residences. I won't say more in case Hedwig gets intercepted. It's under several other protections. It's actually very interesting to learn about. In the library wing, yes, I did say wing. I'll allow you to peruse to your heart's content when you come this way, is a wizarding portrait of my several greats-grandfather, Geoffrey. He told me where the Lord's study was. It's apparently where the head of the House of Potter does whatever the head of the house does. It's like a massive personal office. Inside is another portrait of his that is right above this large control panel that deals with the wards and safety things in, on and around the house. He also taught me how to link flues to the Potter Flu network. It would be a personal flu connection, meaning that the connection goes only from where I connect it to Potter Manor. If you'd like, we can meet up a little earlier than I originally wanted to, and I could connect your home to my flu connection, and you can come here whenever you want and even practice magic if you'd like. I wouldn't be able to get there until mid-July, though. I've got a lot I need to do before then. I know that you would be willing to help me if I needed it, and I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I really do. We've always been there for each other, and I know we always will be. If I need help, I promise I'll let you know. And also, just to help ease your fears a little, I've hired Dobby. Yes, I am paying him a fair wage and giving him a fair amount of time off. I was rather surprised when he mentioned he found an area in the house devoted to house elves with furniture sized for them and clothes that would fit and had the Potter crest on them. He doesn't seem overly thrilled with them, though. I think he doesn't like the idea of wearing clothes that once belonged to other house elves, but dislikes the idea of not wearing the Potter crest even more. I'm thinking about getting him a prepaid certificate to Madame Malkin's to get whatever he wants. What do you think? We also can't figure out where the house elves that would have been here have gone. Dobby is able to purchase food from wizarding stores. Apparently that's a normal thing. and we're both capable of taking care of ourselves as well. So please, don't worry about us. I promise to be careful." He actually picked something up from the apothecary for me. It seems that a house elf is not allowed to wear the crest of any family, but the one they serve under penalty of death because of what they are allowed to do for their family. So he can do all sorts of shopping for me. He picked up my second set of potions, which taste nothing like what Pomfrey gives us. I'm beginning to think she makes them taste bad as silent incentive to keep us away, and had no problems with it. I will never have a problem sharing something with you, so you may ask Hedwig to take a letter for you whenever you wish, and she'll always be available to respond to anything I give you. As such, I actually think you should get a cat. You're a very affectionate person and have a lot of love to give. I think a cat would be more enjoyable for you to have. You'd be able to show it more affection, and it you than an owl, forgive me, Hedwig, and cats in general tend to enjoy their toys better than owls. I got Hedwig a mouse toy, and she seemed to just be very upset that it wasn't edible. However, if you wish to get an owl, maybe we can get Hedwig to help you choose a good one. Either that, or she'll choose a mate. I'm not sure which it would turn out to be, but at least they wouldn't fight in the owlry. I've not considered the wearing of a dress itself, but the benefits and downsides to wearing one. But considering dresses are basically robes in my eyes, I don't see it as too big of a deal. If you get one, though, I'd like to see it. You would certainly look far better in one than I would. I've got to go now. Hedwig showed up after my exercises, and I've got some training to finish up, so I'll write you later. Love, Harry. Hermione sighed as she read over the letters she'd received so far from Harry in the past several weeks. She was a little disappointed that each letter was nearly a week apart, but could understand that it took time to get, write, and then send off the letters. Each one raised so many questions, and none of them would make her feel comfortable if she tried to ask them. Overall, he put to rest many of her fears that he would need some kind of help from her in a desperate sense, and she was thrilled that he was really writing to her so much. It was far more enjoyable than the summer before, when she hadn't received any from him. She knew it wasn't his fault, but it still had hurt at the time. Not only had he written her often, as he had promised, but he had even sent her something to read that was highly practical and highly intriguing and very useful. The information that Snape was rummaging around in her head almost each day was a nauseating concept. It did raise the question, however, on how he figured it out. She knew this book was absolutely nowhere in the library at Hogwarts, but he seemed to have just had it one day. It looked new enough that he may have been able to order it via owl, though. Also, while she didn't want to actually put voice to it, when he'd mentioned being physically tired, she actually had thought that he may have been doing something a little dubious. But not only had he caught on, he flirted outright back at her. As badly as she wanted to ask her parents to see if he could stay with them at some point of the summer, she was now very worried about what they would think. She was worried about what she would think at this point. Each of his letters held a flirting tone in them somewhere as well. That was one of those things that made her suspect he may have been using his fame for something to put into Harry's terms naughty tan, touted tanti tandera studi sin wadahave, de bitani sinasa. Pakana Piab, Sarole suside tantas tagistas, Bisi Nolando tam. Don't steered the stare, the steered over the summer. Now she was beginning to think it was just something else, and she really didn't truly know whether or not she was fond of the idea or not. Harry James Potter, I would not make you do that to stay with us over the summer if you needed to. I am curious about the home, though, and the charms that are on it. You said your many-greats-grandfather explained it to you. Would he tell me? Would it be against any kinds of rules for him to do so? While on the subject, I certainly have no problems with you setting our home onto a flu network. In fact, my parents said that they would be happy about it, especially if they could use it also to see a wizarding home and see me practice magic. How did you know I had a fireplace, though? We never talked about that before, and we're able to use magic there. Even if summer isn't over yet? Does that mean all pure-blooded families can do that? That most certainly isn't fair. Muggle-born students are already at a disadvantage when it comes to knowing about magic, and that is just one more. We'll be talking about this when we meet again. I'm happy that you're paying Dobby and not endorsing slavery, Harry. It speaks volumes about the type of man you are. And since we know he is willing to help you so strongly, then he should be very good at keeping you in line. I also believe that your idea of a gift for him is a very good one. I'm actually quite surprised with it. I bet he would love it. It would be a way for him to personalize whatever he wants and such. I only ask this. Because I want to make sure you're thinking about it, but you aren't spending too much, are you? I will give you that card back whenever you ask for it. Thank you for telling me which familiar you think would be better for me. I don't think I would have phrased any of it that way, but I appreciate what you said. I was actually thinking about a cat more strongly, but I'll most likely get one now. I'm not too fond of the concept of a litter box, but I suppose I'd have to clean up after both regardless. And the neighbours are far less likely to question a cat than an owl anyway. My occlumency is coming along splendidly, I think. According to the book, we'll have no way to test the actual defences until we test them against a skilled legilimens. But I think I'm doing quite well with it. How do you think you're doing? According to the book, we have to envision what type of defence system we want to have and apply it. Personally, I'm doing mine much like a vault system like Gringotts is supposed to have, just not a cave. The whole tunnels and maze-like thing I hear they have underneath the building sounded interesting during orientation. What about you? Do you think we should learn legilimency and practice on each other? Let me know what you decide when you're ready. Love, Hermione. Harry set the letter he had received from Hermione down as he finished his dinner. The past several weeks he had been spending from very early morning for several hours, working out in all of the ways he could possibly imagine, pushing himself as hard as he could after finding out that he was still capable of casting the spells he was able to before going back. Then he would rest and practice his occlumency and eat lunch. While it wasn't normally very healthy to push one's body this hard, his magic healed him up rather quickly, along with some tending from Dobby in the form of potions from the apothecary after he realized what his master was up to. The growth spurt and nutrient potions he was taking each day had him growing in a very admirable manner. Just in the first 3 weeks, he had very noticeable muscles along his chest and stomach. Admittedly, it was because push-ups and sit-ups were among the few things he knew of that built any muscle definition. He also spent his time running, stretching, climbing a conjured rope, and any other calisthenics he could remember from primary school. He'd even managed to grow 5 inches, which he was incredibly happy about, though it was mostly right at the beginning and seemed to have slowed down. The real downside, however, was the pain that came from his body changing so quickly. His lower back was almost constantly aching. After he ate lunch, he would work on different things from the books that Laura had given him. Most often, he worked on battle spells and wandless magics, with several attempts at breaking the power-limiting seal he had on him. He had found the seal's representation in his mind and had been chipping away at it, but it was rather slow going. His wandless ability, however, was coming along very slowly but steadily. It required a massive amount of concentration to do anything until he had figured it out, and then it was easy for him after learning how his magic performed the action, and far more precise than with his wand. He could also push harder and make whatever he was doing more powerful, but lost some of the control. He had found rather quickly that the more power he applied, the less he had to focus to make something happen, though that also amounted to wearing himself out faster. The only real problem was he was only able to levitate light items and cast a weak stunner. But he worked like a trooper at it. He would learn other spells as he went. And another skill he was practicing was something called shifting. It was basically apparition. But instead of being squeezed in a tube, it was basically shifting to the side without stepping to do it. The first time he had performed the action, he felt it was very similar to when laying in bed and having that sudden dropping sensation that made him bounce. The shock of the feeling kept him from making it to his destination, and he wound up halfway to the other side of the room. The differences were very slight, actually, between that and apparition. Aside from being a completely lost ability, it was also safer and much easier to use. It could even take you to a person rather than a location. Now he just had to talk to his many-greats grandfather to figure out how to put Hermione on the personal flu system so that she and her parents could visit whenever they chose. "Greetings, dear Hermione," bows. "There's no need to be hasty now. I really don't mind if you want to force me into anything like that. Just be sure to let me know." Shifty eyes. "Yes, my many-greats grandfather will tell you all about the wards. Yes, there actually are rules about telling you about them, but you only need my permission." Waggles eyebrows. "And you've already got that." "Yes, we can use magic here. I know it isn't fair, but there are actually a few reasons as to why we can. You see, the Ministry, from what I've learned, detects magic in two ways. One is by location. A wand makes a signature, think like a particular tone from a bell for a wand, whereas the same thing would be a violin by using wandless magic that the Ministry searches for. They blanket everywhere they are looking over. Once a signature is found, they check for who lives in that area and then check for tracking spells on wands that have been tripped for anyone from that area at the time it was cast. Yes, this means they don't bother with pure-blooded areas with the belief that it's too much of a strain on the system, or some such nonsense. Anyway, that means that if I were to go your home and cast a spell, they would assume it was you, if you were the only person living near there. Well, that is unless there are other magical people living in the area you live in. By only having one person, there is no reason for the automated system to cross-reference the wand itself. I'm not sure how they can tell if it is an adult wizard instead of underage one, though, because I know magic had been cast at my home by wizards, and I didn't get in trouble with it. But here you will be able to use it all you want. Or you could just use wandless magic. I've got a book on that for you, which you can practice here. I got to figure out what to do to connect you to the Potter Flu network, though. While I'll be able to cast the spell where you live, Geoffrey said it would be okay, since I was emancipated, and your wand's tracking spell wouldn't activate, which makes me wonder why it would not get you in trouble somehow. And actually do what's needed, including making your fireplace bigger, I have to get done to his satisfaction, or he won't allow me to try the connection. Apparently, there's a risk of messing it up, and we wouldn't know until we either tried it, or I came back and asked him if the connection went through. I think he just likes to watch me wave a stick around. Pouts. I should be able to do it in not too much longer, so I'll let you know. Thank you for being accepting my idea with Dobby. I'll see what I can do, then, to make it worthwhile for him. He's a little... well, I guess I can go with devoted, but he's a good guy. No worries about the familiar thing. I said what I felt, and it's all true. I'd be happy to help you with anything you need, and any time. As for my occlumency, I think I'm doing really well too. I'm not going to say what I've got going on here just in case, but I'll let you know when we see each other. I'll be showing up this Saturday, unless you send a letter saying otherwise. You've got plenty of time to. I think you're right about learning legilimency, though. We have to learn how to do that, and we have to learn how to defend ourselves from attacks, so we probably should meet up earlier rather than later. I'll work on it and try to have it done soon, just to be very sure you know this would mean that we would know each other's thoughts and memories. If you're sure that you're okay with that, then I am as well. Ron should be back to the Burrow in another week and a half, so we should expect some kind of letter from him to talk about their holiday. Well, I think so anyway. Ron isn't much for letters, but still. Love always hunt Harry. The next chapter. Sow the seeds. Harry awoke early on the morning he was to go to Hermione's and thought things over while he went through his morning workout. The past 6 weeks he had been working out like a madman to increase his speed, strength, endurance, and magical abilities. While it was normal for things like these to increase over summer when a body will do the most physical advancement, the use of potions for his malnourishment and to jumpstart his body into a growth spurt all added together to make one heck of a difference. He certainly didn't have the physical stature of a bodybuilder or his memories of Victor Crumb during his 4th year, but he had gained 8.5 inches to his original height, and all of his muscles developed to be easily visible, though he would still be considered wiry and lean. Admittedly, a part of it was also due to working out so much each day. His muscle definition would lessen slightly once his workout time lowered when the new school year started, but it was a minor issue, and he already had plans to discover the room of requirement again. His wandless ability increased as well. He had finally learned how to offset some of his need for concentration for simply pushing out raw power into what he wanted. As long as he had the power to shove into whatever he wanted to do, he almost didn't have to concentrate on it. The only problems he had come across, though, were that he could only fight straight out for about a half hour before he reached his limit and could barely use even his wand, and that he had less finesse or finer control when he overpowered the spells. The more he would practice individual spells, the less power they took, but he had only learned a select few of the more common ones he would use wandlessly. In particular, the levitation, stunning, awakening, banishing, binding spells, and changing colours of something. He could do several others, but only if he pumped plenty of power into them and was willing to overpower them and lose finesse. Since they were mostly battle-related spells, like bone-breaking spells, and one originally designed to drill into stone for mining, it wasn't such a big deal as long as allies weren't in the paths of them. He'd have worked more on individual ones, but felt it was more important to learn the ability to empower his spells like he did during training than each spell alone. He could work on fine-tuning the spells later. They just weren't as strong as he could have been with them, or as precise, until he worked on them long enough. The Patronus was the only other spell he worked on to the best of his ability, to the point where it matched his first Misty Patronus in his original 3rd year. He hoped to have the Patronus fully corporeal by the time he got on the train, remembering the attack. The only problem was that all of the memories he used, and no matter how much power he pushed into it, it wasn't more than a misty light from his hand. Each night that he went to bed since his arrival at Potter Manor, he spent thinking over everything Laura had told him, about Hermione to be more specific. He had come to the conclusion on his first night back that he was an idiot for not having considered her for a romantic interest, but wasn't sure what he actually felt for her. Going 2 months into his new life and trying to decide of his own feelings had made him come to a rather interesting conclusion. He didn't really know if he loved her or not, at least not romantically. He could safely say he wanted to always have her near him. He would absolutely destroy anyone who would hurt her, and would even be willing, very willing, to go about the usual boyfriend-girlfriend activities. Actually, in truth, he couldn't think of even a single reason to not go out with her, or more, if things happened the way Laura seemed to say they would. It had been a week ago that he finally decided that he would try to go out with her and let things progress as they did. If Laura was telling the truth, which he had no reason to not believe at this point, then he and Hermione would end up happy together, unless he did something stupid or by being too sure of himself. Harry had briefly considered Ron's feelings that he knew would come about later, but decided that Hermione could make the decision. It really was hers to make, after all. Finally finished with his exercises and having eaten a light breakfast, Harry spent a short time working on his mental defences, which he decided he'd go ahead and call it occlumency, since it didn't seem to have much of an actual name, and it would keep people from asking too many questions. That was certainly the last thing he needed. He sat cross-legged in the library of Potter Manor and relaxed as he breathed deeply. Almost immediately, Harry found himself standing atop the astronomy tower of the representation of Hogwarts in his mind, which was the only place he knew well other than number 4, which he wasn't about to ever use or visit again. Looking around, he saw several dragons flying through the sky, performing aerial acrobatics. That probably wouldn't have been possible in the real world. He had several scores of goblins and centaurs running about the dark forest outside of the castle walls. the only safe passage being through the path from the main gate that led outside of his mind, which were guarded by a pair of acromantula that put Aragog's size to shame, with goblins sitting on top of their heads, holding reins to chase any elusive prey down. Along the top of the castle walls, which were widened and given walkways, there were yet more goblins, and more than several stone gargoyles that would come to life at the goblins' command. Harry quickly checked to make sure the goblins arming the cannons and the archers were all still well equipped before smiling lightly to himself and going downstairs and into the halls of the main building itself. As soon as he left the stairway, he passed the 2 suits of armour that would animate for anyone not authorised to pass them, and a wandering group of 4 Lunas and 1 Hermione, who gave him a distracted smile and greeted him before continuing on their way, barely acknowledging his own greeting, though Hermione smiled and waved. He passed several other groups on his way to the headmaster's office of either Luna, Sirius, Remus, Neville or the twins, who primarily used prank items in the usual devious ways, and each being led by a Hermione who coordinated them to their actions as needed. He had made them as old as they were when he went back, so he could have them that much stronger and skilled. He knew it didn't actually happen that way, but it helped to think of it as such. Once he reached the stone gargoyle, Harry gave the password, Laura, which he'd chosen under the belief that no one would know of the name, and he had met almost no one, especially in the wizarding world, who was named that, so felt rather safe, though a pair of disillusioned goblins 5 feet down the hall who had the authorization lists didn't hurt either. "Ah, hello, Harry!" A mental version of Hermione greeted him as he entered, before turning back to a control panel that showed the status of all of his defences, the power-limiting seal, his health, his magical core. Status of the containment matrices used to keep a legilimens from roaming freely in his mind and binding him or her to the rules of the world Harry had created, and had a communications panel for coordinating everything together. "Hey, Hermione, how are the defences today?" Harry asked. She continued to eye the control panel as she responded, though she kept most attention towards the open book in her lap. "Strong as ever, Harry. The secret passages are still fully blocked and have a dragon and goblin handler for anyone who thinks they can be sneaky. The perimeter is holding steady and nothing has weakened. Actually, by giving each sentient being a modicum of actual intelligence and self-awareness has allowed them to interact with one another as needed, and since you don't hold any prejudices and didn't give them any, they all work together surprisingly well." Harry's eyes widened. That was unexpected, but not an unwelcome benefit. "That's cool, so they each make their own decisions?" he asked. Hermione nodded after flashing him a smile. "Yup. It makes my job easier, and they all know the authorization lists and what their own jobs are, so they don't try to fight each other to do what they think they should. Your attempting to make them all as realistic as possible was a great idea," she said, before realizing that a few of the goblin patrols on the wall were converging towards the eastern side and leaving the western one weaker than would be advisable. Quickly setting things right, she looked over to Harry, who was double-checking the status of everything himself. "Hey, I can do it, thank you." She shoved him towards the door gently as he protested. "If there's a problem, I'll let you know. Now scram." As the door closed, Harry blinked at it in surprise and confusion. She'd never done that before, and was usually willing to talk for some time before actually shoving him out the door. Yeah, I'll just scram." Still totally confused at being kicked out of his own mind, Harry left the headmaster's office and left to set up an entrance area for Hermione in the Gryffindor common room in case she wanted to practice legilimency. It wouldn't do to have her first arrival surrounded by goblins, acromantula and dragons. Then he would have to work with Geoffrey until the old man decided he was proficient enough with the flu creation spell. On the other side of the door, the faux Hermione sighed and went back to her book. One of these days he's going to realise I'm a direct link to his own subconscious, trying to tell him what he wants. But until then, She opened the book to the end, where she was cataloguing various dreams and mental images of people from his past. Giving him dreams to get that extra little push should be all the better. She chuckled darkly for a moment before sighing heavily. I just wish he'd given me my own male form instead of Hermione's, regardless of how much more secure it makes us feel. Hermione, hurry up. Breakfast has already been reheated twice. Emma Granger was quite amused with her daughter's actions throughout the last few weeks. Each time that beautiful snow-white owl would show up, Hermione would be in a good mood for 2 days before coming back down to earth. For now, Emma wasn't sure if it was a possibly romantic interest or if she was simply that pleased to have a friend who wrote to her so often and diligently. Considering the stories of valor and heroic deeds this Harry that she has been conversing with has done, she assumed it was probably a little bit of both. Just a minute, I'm almost done. Emma smiled and sat down at the table, sipped her coffee as her husband eyed her suspiciously, father senses kicking into overdrive from the unnatural activity in the Granger household. So, Dan waited a moment to see if his wife would offer anything up on her own, but he was disappointed to see her smirk at him, a playful gleam in her eye. So what? She asked sweetly. Dan's scowl made her feel fuzzy inside. It was great to tease him, like she did when they were going out. So, he began, why is Hermione spending an inordinate amount of time getting ready today? Does it have anything to do with why you took the day off? Emma sat her coffee cup down and fluttered her eyelashes at him, setting off warning bells and a screaming voice in his head that tried to warn him of danger. I didn't tell you? She began innocently enough. I'm sorry. Today is the day that Hermione's friend Harry comes over. Dan's eyes narrowed, and he began to look around as if expecting to find the boy hiding in a corner somewhere in the kitchen, and not totally convinced that he couldn't be with that magic stuff. Oh, is he now? Dan asked dangerously. Emma chuckled as she watched the protective father in her husband come out. Don't worry, Dan, there's been nothing to suggest that there's anything romantic about any of this. Maybe he needs some work done, he thought speculatively, thinking about the dental practice he and his wife ran together. I'm sure I could get some answers out of him. I did just get that new scraper. Emma smiled brightly at him. Possibly, but Hermione would kill you. Dan sighed and slumped in his chair as he thought it through. Yes, most likely, he said with an amusing pout. Emma reached over and gave him a conciliatory hug. He's spoken with Hermione to do something or other, to let us have a way of going to his house whenever we want to, and we can talk with him whenever we feel like it. So you'll be able to meet and threaten him soon enough, I'm sure. Dan nodded and took a bite of his eggs, taking comfort in his wife's promises. So what are you three doing today? I'm not totally sure, actually. I know we're doing some clothes shopping, since that was what he specifically asked about at the beginning of the summer, and he and Hermione were looking to buy a few books and things. I'm really not totally sure what else they're looking for. Dan nodded as he thought it over, and Hermione came into the kitchen with a smile and plopped down to begin eating her breakfast. Dan took a quick glance to see that she appeared to have simply dressed normally and come downstairs, but knew from experience that no girl ever took that long to get ready and simply appear to look like she normally did. At least, not without a male waiting for her. He still suspected they made men wait on purpose. But then he noticed her hair was slightly tamer and seemed somewhat straighter than normal. Hermione did more than simply brush her hair. Danger! Danger! Male tier 5 tarty. Guilty, maim, root canal. He forced the warning tones in his head back and smiled at his daughter, though Emma could tell he looked a little sick at the same time. I hear you've got a full day today, Pumpkin. Hermione beamed at her father and nodded enthusiastically as she swallowed her bite of toast. Oh, yes. We're meeting up with Harry today. and we're going to get some books for the summer," Hermione said enthusiastically, a bright smile lighting up her face. Emma hid her smile behind her coffee cup as she saw Dan slump and sigh in relief when Hermione's focus seemed to be on the books she would be getting. "And I haven't seen Harry in 2 months, and after seeing him daily for 9 months, it seems weird to not be around him every day." Emma snorted into her coffee cup as Dan's face paled drastically, and his narrowed eyes began to search the kitchen again while she covered her amusement by acting as if the coffee went down the wrong pipe when Hermione looked at her. "Sorry, honey, just tried to breathe in as I was swallowing," Emma said, forcing a cough to help her case. The following 20 minutes before Dan had to leave for work, Emma watched amusedly as he seemed to peer around corners and such, as if searching for the boy who may very well be able to magic himself into their home. Or at least, it certainly wasn't as unlikely as waving a stick and making a book levitate like the McGonagall woman demonstrated before Hermione's first year. "Okay, Dobby," Harry began, "you remember everything." The happy house elf nodded enthusiastically, with his ears flopping back and forth. "Yes, Master Harry. Dobby be knowing what to do. If you be calling Dobby, then Dobby is to make himself invisible and pop to you silently in case there is being people around who is not knowing of the magical world." Harry smiled at his little friend and nodded. "That's right. Very excellent, Dobby. That should be everything. Thank you." Dobby nodded and disappeared with a quiet pop to do whatever it was that he had found to do around the place. Harry, meanwhile, transfigured his robe into muggle clothing that he assumed looked pretty decent and gathered his new wallet with his new card, a large sack of flue powder, and placed his wand on his arm in the invisible holster he got from his first foray into Diagon Alley. Once he had everything, he closed his eyes and pictured Hermione in his mind's eye and felt himself shift for a brief second before stopping. Opening his eyes, he saw himself behind Hermione, who was in a chair and reading what appeared to be what she had copied from the Mind Magics book he had sent to her. Finding himself with a golden opportunity, he leaned forward and quickly wrapped her into a hug, getting a surprised squawk out of Hermione as he did so. The part that surprised him, however, was when she threw her head back in her surprise and hit his forehead. "ACK!" He backed several steps up and shook his head as Hermione twirled around in shock, before apparently hopping over the side of the chair and hit him in a hug, like a missile, hard enough to keep the room spinning and into the wall. "Harry," said Boy, smiled at the 2 dancing images in his vision and laughed lightly. "Hello, Hermione." He nodded at one, then the second. "Hermione, it's nice to see the 2 of you again." Hermione offered a sheepish smile as she released him. "Sorry about that, you surprised me is all." Having his vision back, he smiled again and hugged her back. "My fault, I shouldn't have surprised you like that." He let her go and looked around. "So what's up?" "Not much, really. My mum is upstairs getting ready and my dad is at the surgery." Harry nodded as Hermione's eyes widened and she stepped closer and stood up straight. "You've gotten taller." Harry nodded as she measured her height to his with her hand. "Much taller." "Yup. I've been taking some nutrient potions. They're kind of like vitamins, but stronger. I've also been working out and hit a growth spurt. Summer is when we grow the most, and I was eating well and taking potions to fix my previous growth rate. Add it all together and it makes a bigger change," he said, smiling. Hermione stepped back and looked him up and down, noticing his shoes were the same ones, but looked to have been spelled to look a little better. The same with simple black pants and a very pale blue shirt. She remembered seeing them before, albeit much larger and in slightly worse shape, so she assumed he transfigured them for their outing. In truth, he'd learned mending charms from her older counterpart that had come into play. "Well, you've certainly gotten bigger," she said, with a smile, feeling a firmer body in her arms than she remembered. Harry smiled at her and poked her shoulder. "You have too. You've gotten a little taller and your hair looks nicer too." Hermione blushed slightly. "Yes, She had gotten taller, but her hair was mainly because she spent a long time trying to make it look normal. And yes, well, it's summer. What do you expect? She asked rhetorically. Harry's smile vanished to turn his expression into a grave one. Tan lines and bikinis! A smack and laugh later, the still blushing Hermione led him into the kitchen. How did you show up here anyway? And do you want anything to drink? She asked, getting a glass of lemonade for herself. Thank you, but no. And I got here by shifting. It's kind of like apparition, but without the squeezing feeling or popping, and there aren't any wards to keep people from doing it, and is much safer. You still have to visualize where you want to go in extreme detail, though, so I just pictured you since I know you so well, which is why I appeared behind you, he said while appearing to think. I guess it's a good thing you weren't in the shower. Hermione had almost choked on her lemonade, but swallowed before anything happened. Can you teach me how to do it? And if you ever pop up in the shower with me, I'm yanking off your danglies, she threatened, causing him to flinch. Yes, but only if you promise not to rip those off. I've grown rather fond of them, thank you, he said primly. But now that I've been here, I can just pop into whatever room. I'll just need one that is usually kept closed in case you've got company over or something. I can't really use the flue when we set it up for that same reason. Hermione nodded, seeing that make perfect sense. Well, thankfully the fireplace is in the den. The only one who uses the room is me when I read by the fireplace, and we keep the curtains closed over the windows most often, so no one will see when we use it. Excellent! It sounds perfect. So, Hermione began, sitting uncomfortably close after returning to the living room. Tell me about this library wing and how you have a book filled with information not seen for a very long time. Harry's palms began to sweat, and his hands began to shake as he saw a predatory gleam in Hermione's eye. Well, it's got a lot of books in it, larger the Hogwarts library, actually. Apparently my family had a Potter who was a pack rat, he said, looking a little sheepish. He went about gathering everything he could find and archived it, even simple and mundane things, and then taught his kids to do it as a tradition and hobby. Hermione's grin was a terrifying thing. She oftentimes wore that expression after winning a book from a sneaky Ravenclaw during test times. Well, that's excellent news, but we should wait to get too many books until we've had a chance to look through what you've got. That makes sense, he said, with a shocked face. He hadn't even thought of it, but he had no clue what all he had. The only book Harry had been reading was the one Laura had given him, since he already had his school material known. He was about to tell Hermione about what he expected he would need to get that the library wouldn't have, since it hadn't been updated in at least 13 years, when a woman that looked almost identical to Hermione stepped into the room. Oh, hello, you must be Harry. Emma watched as the boy got up from his very close spot next to Hermione and walked towards her, introducing himself. He seemed somewhat taller than she remembered him appearing when he hugged Hermione at the train station, and seemed more stocky than she thought she remembered as well, but had gentle green eyes that were simply gorgeous. Eyes like that should be illegal for boys, she thought. With those eyes and a smile like that, it was no wonder her daughter was always in such a good mood when those letters showed up. Yes, ma'am, I'm Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you. His hand in hers was gentle, but moderately calloused for a kid his age, surprising her. He must have been used to working. The pleasure is mine. I'm sorry, I didn't even hear the doorbell ring. Harry laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. My fault, actually. It was easier to come here by a magical form of transportation called shifting, and I used that instead of coming a normal way. I used Hermione as my anchor, and I showed up in your living room, he said, still looking nervous. Emma only raised an eyebrow. I suppose Dan had the right idea of it this morning. He actually can just magic his way into our home. The idea of any magical person being able to do such a thing was a bit scary, but there had to be some kind of laws against it. They wouldn't want them doing it to themselves, after all. No worries, Harry. So, what were you hoping to get done today? Emma sat in a chair across from where Harry and Hermione were sitting to listen. Well, we were going to get several books, but Hermione made a good point about not having any kind of good idea of what is in my library at the moment, and I shouldn't go about buying things before knowing if I need them or not. Other than that, I'm needing new clothes since these ones are only transfigured, and with my recent growth spurt, I need some that actually fit. He wasn't joking either. Along with growing taller, his shoulders had filled out thanks to so many push-ups, and his feet and legs grew as well, making his pants too short and shoes too small. Other than that, I figured I'd set up your flu and treat you guys to wherever you want to go for lunch for helping me out, and whatever you two want to do, I'm game for. Both girls nodded. Do you already know what kind of clothes you're wanting to get? Harry blinked at Emma with a blank expression for a few seconds. Boy clothes? Hermione snorted, and Emma smiled indulgently, if a bit weakly, at Harry, as she realised exactly why she was needed. The boy had no clue what he was doing. All right. We'll just see what you want when we get there, Emma said, causing Harry to shrug. Works for me. Do you want me to go ahead and put your fireplace on the flu network? I was actually wondering about that. Our fireplace is rather small, certainly not big enough to stand in. How will we be able to use it? The book Hermione has said any fireplace could work, but not how, Emma asked. Well, I'll use magic to make it bigger, and he untied the large sack of flu powder from his belt. Then this can be used whenever you want to use it. After getting agreement, Hermione led Harry and Emma to the den and motioned towards the fireplace, ready to see how it was done. Harry eyed the fireplace speculatively before flicking his wand and making it grow tall enough to comfortably fit Emma with a few inches to spare and wide enough for 4 people in case Hagrid ever needed to show up. The fireplace itself had been a simple block design that was more efficiency than functionality by simply being cut into the wall with the white walls smooth on either side, except where the metal curtain to keep embers from setting fire to the house was attached. He decided to change it from the white walls to a tasteful stone of white marble with black, bronze and crystal veins with protruding shelves on either side that arced out from the sides as if waiting for a wider clientele, and a marble bowl and lid on one side to hold the flu powder. Overall, it was an artful, tasteful and elegant design. It didn't exactly work for the room's style, but neither girl wanted to tell him that. Does that work, or would you like something different? He asked, looking over to see Emma wide-eyed, and Hermione looking like she was trying to figure out a difficult problem. That should be fine, Emma said, still a little shocked at the display of magic she'd witnessed. That was very different than making a book levitate that Professor McGonagall had shown them when delivering Hermione's letter for joining Hogwarts. Harry simply nodded and began moving his wand in a complex pattern of graceful arcs and smaller, harsh movements, as if writing with his wand in the air, muttering under his breath. After making a jabbing motion towards the fireplace, a fire erupted in a bright blue that quickly turned into an emerald green and died back out as Harry stopped speaking. Excellent. Now all that's left is to test it out, he said brightly, dumping the majority of the flu powder into the new bowl for it and leaving enough for 2 trips. He tossed the powder into the fireplace, causing it to turn green, spoke and stepped through, going through the flu system like normal, though without any other connections, until he popped out of the hearth at his home. Well, that works. He quickly tossed the remainder of the powder back into the fireplace. Granger Sanctuary. He appeared in the Granger's den flat on his face. I've got to get the hang of that, he grumbled as Hermione helped him up. So it works then. Harry nodded, his nose twitching from the ash still on his nose hairs. You can only go to my place from this one right now, but you can go anywhere from there. Just say Potter Manor to go to my house, and then Granger Sanctuary to come back here. Hermione scrunched her face as she heard their address. Why, Granger Sanctuary? That sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? Harry chuckled. He rather liked seeing her nose all scrunched up. It was cute. If you ever decide to go on the public flu network, you can choose whatever you want. But I wanted to make sure that no one would guess your flu address too easily if they ever managed to get to my own flu." Not really caring, Hermione just shrugged and decided to ignore it. "Oh well, can I try it?" Harry nodded and Hermione rushed the hearth with a creepy grin plastered over her face and disappeared in green flames. "That is safe, right?" Emma asked, a little disturbed that both children willingly leapt into green fire. Harry nodded and smiled. "Very much so. As long as the fire is green, that's the properties of the magical components of the ash in the fire that make it perfectly safe," he explained. "I don't know if magical children have to be warned off about that in their younger years or not, but we're old enough to know green means safe." Emma frowned slightly, but nodded, willing to accept the answer. He just went through it twice and was no worse for wear. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Hermione came back through, a little soot on her nose and cheek and giggling. While glad she didn't get hurt, Harry was a little annoyed that Hermione could use the flu without even a trace of getting tripped up. "Harry, your house is huge!" "And yeah, it's been in the family for a long time from what I can tell. According to some of the portraits, all of the Potters lived together rather than spread out. Something about communal something or other." Emma noticed the shift to the "what do we do now" expressions on their faces and decided to take control. "All right, you two, to the car." Harry followed Hermione out of her house and into the back seat of the Granger's car, where she forced him into explaining about his summer during the hour-long trip to their first stop. All right, Harry, tell me everything you've been doing this summer." Harry laughed as he held up his hands in a placating gesture. "Don't worry, Hermione. I've been perfectly safe and comfortable at Potter Manor," he began, placing his hands back down and one of them close to her leg on the seat to gauge her reaction to close proximity, curious about where she may stand this early. She didn't seem to notice, however. "I saw that when I went to your home," she said, with an eye roll. "But I mean, what else have you been doing? Your letters talked about all sorts of things. You mentioned Dobby picking up potions for you, and that you don't know what happened to your house elves. What was that all about?" Chuckling, Harry started from the beginning and explained a slightly amended version of events for now. "Well, I sent a letter to Gringotts about my parents' will and asked about my holdings and such. We met and they told me about everything I have. And we looked through their will, and it said that I wasn't supposed to live with the Dursleys under any circumstances, and a few other things. Since the head of a most noble and ancient house can get legally emancipated at 11, so they have someone in charge of the family, we were able to ignore having to get Dumbledore's approval, since he is my magical guardian and executioner of the will, and I got the Dursleys into signing their approval of the emancipation." "Isn't 11 a little young?" Emma asked from the front seat. "And if this Dumbledore is your magical guardian, how were you able to ignore him? Most children from what the Wizarding Society calls most noble and ancient houses are purebloods, and they're trained from all but birth into taking over the family, and since 11 is when we start at Hogwarts and is considered a leap into magical adulthood. It's been allowed for centuries." Harry was very happy his rings supported him with legal knowledge. The information came out almost before he even realized he was talking. "Anyway, once I was emancipated, that gave me full rights of an adult wizard, meaning full account access, exception to the underage magic use policies, and the ability to make my own choices about things that deal with me." "What?" he said, smiling brightly. Meanwhile, Emma frowned from the front seat where she was driving. "Being emancipated means that you're held to adult responsibilities as well, Harry. You are aware of this, yes?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Yes, ma'am, I'm fully aware of that. I've actually taken care of everything that was waiting to be handled after I took over my responsibilities about a week after being emancipated, and the goblins brought it to my attention. I'm making very sure to keep on top of things," he assured her. "Even got the goblins inventorying my vaults, so I know everything I have on hand." There wasn't anything bad, was there? Hermione asked, looking a little worried. Nah, mainly it was just alerting me to stocks I've got and what my role would be. A ton of arranged marriage proposals that I had them throw out. An explanation of how my account had been handled by them that was set up by my father and such. Nothing really serious, he explained with a shrug as Hermione's eyes widened considerably. Arranged marriage proposals! You have to get married! Hermione asked incredulously. Harry shook his head. No, nothing like that. It was mostly from years ago, where people sent contracts to try and arrange a marriage with me, but couldn't since there was no one to agree to them. Dumbledore didn't have authorization to put me into a marriage, and no one could approve a marriage for me. Oh, she said, looking very relieved. That's good. I thought you were going to be thrown into something you wouldn't want. Harry laughed and began to explain what he'd been learning throughout the summer, ignorant of Emma's paying very close attention to the conversation. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster to Hogwarts, was sitting in his office when a silver bauble on the shelf across the room that was steadily puffing white smoke chimed, and the smoke began to blow out steadily instead of puffing gently and became a blackened grey. The old man's blue eyes widened as he accidentally released the first bout of accidental magic in decades, as his long, waist-length beard frizzed out and rolled itself up to his chin. Ark! He hopped up and poked the device with his wand, checking the readings, and promptly lost control of his bowels, something that hadn't been done in nearly a month. Oh no! The wards, Harry, my pants! With a quick movement of his wand, his underwear was clean once again, and he rushed over to the flue, throwing in the magical powder. Arabella Fig, he promptly stepped through to the sight of a surprised older woman surrounded by what had to have been nearly 20 cats. It seems she got more, he thought absently, as he immediately ran out her door without a second glance or word of explanation, disillusioning himself before he was actually out the door. He quickly rushed over to number 4 Privet Drive and looked at the outside for a quick moment. There was no external damage to suggest anything untoward had happened, though the flower beds and small details around everything showed signs of only the barest of attention having been paid to them. Finding nothing obvious to explain why the wards were about to fail, he moved around back, finding everything in a similar state. Frowning, he knocked on the door and reappeared to the world as his disillusionment was cancelled. Who are you? An annoying voice asked as the rather rotund boy answered the door with a sneer. And why are you in our backyard? My name is Albus Dumbledore. I'm coming to find out where Harry Potter is. The rotund boy's eyes widened when Harry was mentioned. It was a few seconds later that he realized that this old man was one of his kind. Mum! The boy tried to shut the door as he spun around and left the kitchen in a hurry. Dumbledore simply held out his hand to stop the door and stepped inside. What on earth do you think you're doing coming into our home uninvited? Petunia was coming in from somewhere in the living room when she saw the old man in the kitchen. She, however, almost immediately recognized who the man was, or more accurately, what world he came from. You! Albus immediately put his hands up in a calming gesture. I have only a few questions, and then I will leave. I did knock before entering. Frowning and looking at the way she came where she could hear Dudley hiding in his room, she quickly nodded her head. Fine, ask and then leave. Vernon should be back soon. Albus nodded and didn't bother trying to sit, seeing the woman already making shooing motions with her hands. I'm curious about where young Harry is. He watched the woman pale and her jaw slacken. That is the boy, he emancipated himself the day after returning. Only years of practice at occlumency kept Dumbledore from screaming like a little girl. He did quickly perform another scourgify for his underwear, however. Tell me everything. Wincing, Petunia did just that. Harry, what have you done? Harry shifted back to his home and collapsed onto the couch in the sitting room with a groan. "I'm never going shopping with women again." As he sulked, he raised his right foot over his knee and massaged it firmly, knowing he would do it again if either of them wanted to go. While tiring, it was quite fun. Hermione, it seemed, was a monster. He decided after only a few minutes that there was a gene somewhere in the female body that caused them to lose sense of all time and induce some form of pain-killing chemical for all that walking about. That was all he could think of that would keep them from collapsing in exhaustion. He had been running every day since he was emancipated, and Hermione was bouncing around him in circles like it was nothing. He had managed to do what he wanted during their excursion, though. That made it all worthwhile. Harry had originally wanted to get new clothes and use it as a way to invite Hermione to share the day with him, where he could flirt lightly with her. But the opportunity to make a much stronger impression had shown itself, and he couldn't help but take it. Harry chuckled as he remembered the smile in her reflection of the mirror in the fitting room before he shook his head and called Dobby before he would risk forgetting his new plans. "Dobby?" "Master Harry Potter, sir." Harry looked to the side where Dobby had silently popped in. "The Grangers agreed to come for dinner tomorrow night. Would that be okay?" Dobby nodded in energetic bliss. The poor elf was ecstatic to cook for Harry's friends. "Oh, that would be good, Master Harry. Dobby is being able to make anything you want." Harry chuckled again. "Anything you would like to make, Dobby, is okay," he said. The happy elf nodded and went about making the evening meal. Hello, Harry." Surprised to hear another voice right beside him, Harry turned to see the grinning face of Laura right next to him, just far enough away for him to see her and to know he wasn't seeing things. Suddenly, he let out a yelp and hopped over the back of the couch. "What are you doing here?" Frantically, he patted down his front side, looking for any unnoticed wounds or missing bits, while Laura laughed loudly. "I came so we could have a quick chat about everything." She eyed him as he looked about suspiciously before sitting in the chair across from her over the mahogany table. "I thought you would have a few questions now that you've had time to look up a few things from the book and time to think." Harry nodded, having several, actually. "You're right, actually. One of the things I've been trying to think about the most has been how I died." He squirmed uncomfortably in the leather cushions. "I can remember a couple days towards the end with Hermione, about a month and a half after Ron left us while searching for the Horcruxes. But the closer I get to the end, I found I was missing pieces of the day, then more and more, until I lost days in between." He looked at her questioningly. "What happened?" "Well," she said, frowning, "you had managed to find Gryffindor's brooch, remember?" He nodded, prompting her to continue. "When you entered the castle where it was hidden, you hadn't been able to get through all of the traps and wards that Riddle had set up, and you died, along with Hermione." She watched as he paled and shuddered, knowing the memory was coming back to him. "We didn't have enough skill to break the wards properly," he whispered. "There was a matrix of fire strung about, but inverted. We hadn't known about anything like it until we saw it activate." Laura nodded sadly. "Exactly. Unfortunately, while you still have your knowledge from before, it wasn't enough then. That's one of the reasons we wanted to send you backwards in time, so that you could emancipate yourself to get on better grounds with the goblins and possibly learn some warding skills next summer from them, or the many books about it you'll find here," she said with a marauder-worthy smirk, knowing what was in his family's past. "We also wanted you to be able to get closer to your soulmate." Harry frowned as he heard that term again. "And that's something else I've been meaning to ask you. You keep calling Hermione my soulmate." He leaned back in his chair and cocked his head to the side. "I don't understand. What does that mean exactly?" Laura looked up at the ceiling for several moments, trying to decide the best way to explain it. "Well, you humans have several different meanings to the term. Some believe that a soulmate is the literal other half of a person, the only two who will be perfectly happy with each other. Some say that a soulmate is just someone who you can be happy and lead a pleasant life with. "So what is it really?" he asked again. "Well, the truth is a soulmate is a person who complements you and you can love and cherish and be happy with forever, and yes, feels like they complete you. You will, of course, have your rough moments, as all relationships will, but there isn't just any one person for any other person. It isn't just something where you find each other and lock into place like the yin-yang symbol, but you still have to work at it. It can't be taken for granted, and you don't automatically fall in love with each other when you meet, otherwise you and Hermione would have been together from the start." Laura waved her hand, and a glass with a bright blue liquid appeared on the table, which she drank from. "Soulmates are rather rare. I'll agree with that. In fact, there are only 3 women in the British Isles that could be that close to you, 2 of which are actually in Hogwarts. Usually a person will have 3 in the entire world, and they're lucky when they meet even one. You seem to be a rare exception to that rule." "Wait," Harry said, really confused now. "If there are 2 in Hogwarts, why was it Hermione that was my soulmate?" he asked. Laura waggled a finger at him, frighteningly like Madame Pince from the library. "Like I said earlier, you don't simply click into place in a relationship, you have to work at it. The other girl that could have been it didn't spend nearly enough time with you, though that was as much your fault as anything else." "Well, I suppose it's actually mostly your fault," she mumbled to herself, though still loud enough to be heard. "Who is she?" he asked, confused. He couldn't figure out how it would be mostly his fault to not spend enough time with a girl. Surely, whoever this second girl was had some sort of say in the matter. Laura simply shook her head. "It doesn't matter anymore. You've already begun bonding with Hermione, both in your past lives and this one, only you're actively strengthening it this time. You may have simply just begun, but it started now. He made sure it'll be helpful to you this time around." "What bond, and who's he?" Harry asked, feeling like he was missing a lot. Laura flinched, not meaning to have said that. "Have you ever heard of the phrase, 'seeing is believing, and believing is seeing'?" "Yes," he said, causing her to nod. "Well, the truth is just as I told you before. All things have balance to work properly, just like the fundamentals of alchemy. Balance is supreme. If you look at many of the religions in the world, you'll find that, at their core, they are fundamentally the same, supreme god or goddess, or the lord and lady in Wiccan religion. Where the supreme being is a balance of male and female, Allah, Buddha, all of them, they preach basically the same things, but in different ways and with morals and such that are slightly different based on location and the people. Their beliefs give power to their gods, and because they are all the same at the core, you'll find that energy from all of those worshippers created a single and united entity that most in the know simply call the supreme entity, and then the evil side, so to speak, for his enemies. That's why I said the correct afterlife when we first met." She ignored Harry's shocked expression and blinking eyes. "Unless we come out fully into the open, then it would be foolish to expect everyone to follow a set code of conduct. So we have multiple forms of the afterlife and paths souls can take afterwards based on how they lived their lives. Anyway, I'll just call him Bob for short. Now, Bob decided that he's going to help create a soul bond between you and your soulmate. He said he's going to do everything we can to make your soul bond as useful as he can." "What's a soul bond exactly?" Harry asked, dreading the answer and deciding that gods, goddesses, angels, demons, and who knew what else was more confusion than he needed to worry about. "It actually depends on you and your bondmate. Some get the ability to speak telepathically, some share emotions, memories or visions or even special abilities." She shrugged. "It just depends on the power of those in the bond and how it develops, since you don't even need to be magical for this, since it transcends magic. The most common are telepathy, sensing each other and sharing emotions. Anything more than that is just random. The bond will create itself between you and your soulmate when the two of you openly acknowledge your mutual affection for one another. Nothing until then, though you can be close enough to sense each other without finalizing the bond, since it's basically about being in tune with each other. Harry seemed contemplative. It doesn't sound too bad, actually. He was thinking of the ways this could hurt Hermione, and aside from being stuck with him, he couldn't see much of a downside. Even that would only be if she decided to be with him, and if she chose that, she wouldn't leave him anyway, so it was basically just strong confirmation of what he already knew. "Okay," he continued, so what about that stone box?" Laura blinked blankly at him. "What about it? I haven't been able to open the bloody thing. What am I supposed to do with it? It just looks like a stone block." Laura palmed her forehead. "You'll need 2 people to open it," she grumbled. "Your hands aren't large enough to do it by yourself." "I forgot about that. Just have you and one other pull from the sides and it should open. I can't interfere with the physical world, only react as though I am like sitting on this couch, which is also why I got my own drink. Just get Hermione to help you." "Oh, well, what's in it?" Laura sighed and rested her chin in her hand. "Remember how I told you that you have the scroll that explained about how to remove the power-limiting seal?" Harry began shaking his head before he stopped suddenly and then smiled guiltily. "I thought so," she said with a glare. "Look, you will need to gain access to more magic than you have now, but if you simply remove the seal that Grandpa Whiskers put on you, you will have more power than you can handle. It's just more than you've ever learned to control," she said with a shrug. "So, inside of the box are bracelets that will serve several functions for you." "Like what?" Harry jerked back and shook slightly when Laura glared at him. "I was just getting to that," she grumbled a second before shaking her head to get back on track. He was sure he heard something about probes and his butt. "They will do several things. They'll be mentally linked to you so that you can gain or limit access to your power until you learn to control more and more of it." "That'll be helpful. I haven't been able to break through it yet." He was suddenly whacked upside his head harshly. "Ow! You idiot. If you'd broken through the seal, you would have been leaking magic out in waves, too strong for you to control." Harry glared at his death angel and stuck his tongue out. At least I hadn't broken through yet. Anyway, does it do anything else?" Laura glared a few seconds longer before sitting down on the couch with a thump. "Yes, it will also grant you a battle armor that used to be used before wizards and witches learned to use wands. It was worn by a group called War Wizards. They have runes sewn into the whole outfit for a little defense. They aid you in manipulating your magic without the need of another device like a wand, and generally provide various functions based on what type of armor it is. Don't think of it as actual armor, but more a uniform of various ranks in a military unit, each with their own use." Laura smiled ferally when she saw Harry's shocked expression. "The outfit will activate whenever you recognize yourself in a battle situation, unless you actively keep it from happening." "That's so cool." Laura smiled at his enthusiasm. "Does the armor do anything specific?" he asked. Laura shrugged. "Depends on what armor you get, really. It'll link to your magic, and you could really get anything. They aren't perfect, of course. They won't grant you incredible abilities, but they enhance different features for what you already have." Harry nodded, his eyes sparkling in happiness. "Other than that, there is a meter that shows how much of your power you're accessing, and that's about it." Harry smiled brightly at her. "That's awesome. Thanks." "No worries, but you'll have to get another person to open it, and when you put it on, do it outside, and keep anyone else inside, okay? It will probably release a strong wave of magic where it breaks the power-limiting seal and then seals it back up where you've got control over it. It won't damage the magic. Safeguarding this place, though, that's one of the reasons I mentioned it. Your family at the time was quite large, and they all offered magic for the protections, so even you would be cutting it close." But since your ancestors were the ones to raise the protective wards, they will feed on your magic rather than get damaged by it and boost the power of the wards. Harry nodded. I can do that. I'll ask Hermione to do it tomorrow. Will it make me go unconscious or hurt or anything? I don't think so, she said thoughtfully. You've got a lot of power, so it may feel a little overwhelming. But it shouldn't hurt, since it's your own magic, and it shouldn't knock you unconscious, but I suppose it could. Harry wasn't exactly confident, but if he died, it was going to be her fault this time. All right, I'll deal with whatever happens then. Other than that, how have I been doing so far? Very well, actually. I missed a lot of your days because I was cashing in a bunch of IOUs with some other Death Angels to take over most of my clients so I could devote most of my time to you, and switched Hermione's Death Angel with one of mine so I could keep track of her also since she'd be around you so much, along with a few others that I know are your closer friends. But I caught a lot of what you've been up to so far, so I'm happy. Harry smiled proudly. Okay, so basically I need to work on wards and anything I've come across to get his Horcruxes. That about it for right now? He asked. Laura nodded. Along with what you've been working on so far, yes. Laura got up and walked towards the wall before turning back to him. And just so you know, I'll be popping up like this from time to time, as I'm able, and when I think you need me, but for the most part I'll be watching only. Bob's creation of the altered soul bond sucked up a lot of the time I'll be able to spend with you, she said, frowning. Curious, Harry asked why. Well, exactly how much help and interference we're allowed is a delicate thing. For instance, you told the goblins about the prophecy, which was me putting the suggestion in your head since they will be able to help you greatly. I can't do that too often if we go over what we should to keep balance. Considering how much information demons have given Voldemort, then they get to do more. But the bond I mentioned earlier was changed by Bob for the sake of making it stronger. She frowned a little deeper as she remembered the event. Strong enough to make him quite pleased, actually. So, where I had planned to show up every couple of weeks to talk and help guide you, I can now only show up maybe once a month, if that. Harry frowned and looked at her worriedly. Is this going to be anything I should be worried about? He asked slowly, looking as nervous as he sounded. Laura shook her head and smiled disarmingly at him. Nope, just means you'll be closer for the most part. Anyway, goodbye and I'll talk to you later. Without waiting for a goodbye from him, she strode through the wall as if it weren't even there, making it wave like ripples in a pond as she disappeared with her glass following moments later. Not long after Harry's enlightening conversation with a woman from beyond the grave, Emma was getting into bed with Dan, who'd arrived in time for dinner, obviously dying to know how the day with this boy he had yet to meet had gone. While Hermione had spoken in length about it, he was waiting for the right time to ask his wife what she honestly thought, without the risk of offending his daughter. So, he said, getting under the covers, how did the day honestly go? Hermione was rather happy about the day. But what about you? Emma smiled at her curious husband and blinked rapidly. What makes you think the day wasn't as good as she said? Dan simply mock glared, but the quirk of his mouth let her know he was enjoying the banter. Oh, fine. From what I can tell, Harry's a very good boy. He was kind, very polite, seemed to value Hermione's opinions, except for when she asked about boxers or briefs. She snorted at the memory of Harry's embarrassment. He even treated us to a late lunch for helping him out today. Dan leaned back into his pillow with a contented sigh. So you didn't see anything that seemed like this could be romantic then? He asked, almost sure of the negative answer at this point. Realizing he had let his guard down, Emma smirked in a manner not unlike a certain Malfoy. Oh, she said in a sing-song voice. I wouldn't say that. She laughed when he looked at her with a pathetically piteous expression. Oh, fine. I left for a few moments while he was trying on some clothes to pick out a new colour of a shirt, and when I came back I caught them talking. Harry, really, you shouldn't say things like that. I know I'm not pretty, so you don't have to lie to me. Hermione was looking down, partly pleased to have heard him say she usually looked pretty, and partly out of shame when no one has ever said such things and she believed them to be lies. Harry, however, not realizing that Emma was now eagerly watching through a rack of shirts, simply moved Hermione in front of the mirror on the door of the fitting room, unwittingly letting Emma see her daughter's face as they spoke. Look at yourself, Hermione. I mean, really and honestly, look. What do you see that makes you think you aren't truly pretty? Hermione looked at her reflection for several moments, taunts from her past rising in her mind about her hair and her teeth and general unpleasantness. Harry's presence seemed almost overwhelming, pressing her to speak and open up. I see a girl with thick, bushy hair, she said, looking down for a moment before looking up to Harry and then back at her reflection. A girl who has overly large front teeth like a beaver's. Ironic when her parents are both dentists, really. Too overbearing and always nagging the people around her to do their homework. She looked down, feeling ashamed of her emotions, but believing them to be truth nonetheless. Harry simply nodded, a contemplative expression on his face. "Oh, wow, you're blind," he deadpanned. Hermione looked at him in the mirror in shock as he pointed at the mirror to make her look at it again. "I'll let you in on a secret," he said. "Your teeth will only seem big while we're small. As you get bigger, no one will even notice, but if it matters that badly to you, there's always a shrinking charm." He smiled at her as her eyes widened at the possibilities. He was just commenting the matter from remembering Draco making them grow while Pomfrey had spelled them smaller again. "Besides, your teeth don't matter. You've got a pretty smile." Hermione looked down with a blush as she smiled at the thought before looking up as Harry continued. "Your hair is naturally you. It may be bushy, but it isn't like it's ugly. I sometimes wonder if magic may be a little like static electricity and you just unconsciously release tiny amounts, or if it just courses through you to make it happen like that. Either way, it's still pleasant. And let's face it, your nagging is something I always thought was just you trying to push everyone to be better and keep us safe." Harry noticed her blush intensified a little, but continued, deciding that even if they didn't end up together, he would still nip this way of thinking in the bud. She had reacted almost violently to his praise when he said he thought she would help him better than others because she always looked pretty. It honestly bothered him to see how upset hearing something like that had caused her to react. "Of two things you think keep you from being pretty, there are a lot that make you so," he said quietly. "Whenever you're really happy or feeling any intense emotion, your eyes do this really nice, sparkly thing, and they're already very nice and expressive." Quickly, she looked up to her eyes and then back away from her reflection to look at the floor so he wouldn't see her massive blush. It was strange and wonderful to be scrutinized so thoroughly and not to be found wanting. "You've got an incredible smile, and you're one of the most gentle and loving people I've ever met. You care about everyone and everything except maybe Malfoy." He smirked when she snorted in an ill-concealed laugh. "And you're not one of those useless girls who are obsessed with boys and fashion and whatever girls like Lavender and Parvati get themselves into. You're an intelligent girl, Hermione. While they saw me as the boy who lived, you took the time to honestly get to know me instead of constantly seeing an image created by people who wanted to sell books." He squeezed her arm gently as he continued. "You're an incredible girl, Hermione, and these things you think make you not look pretty are honestly the only things that they can use. And that's probably only because of people who are terrified of you for being better than they are can use them as easy targets simply because they're there to be seen at a glance, so they don't have to get to know you any more than they need to, so they don't find out how great you really are. I'll admit you aren't the prettiest girl in school." He felt horrible to say it as her shoulders shook slightly at his admission, so he rushed to continue his comment. "But you are pretty. All of those girls who pride themselves in their beauty and spend so much time on makeup and boys, They end up looking too pretty, so that they look like toys and have very few redeemable qualities like you do. I can talk to you and actually have a real conversation when I don't even know what Parvati and Lavender are talking about half of the time. Even from where he was standing beside and slightly behind her, he could see the blush all the way down her neck at this point. He could admit that she wasn't the most beautiful girl in the school, because she was a little plain in comparison, but he truly felt she was gorgeous when she smiled. Feeling a little mischievous, he reached around, cupping her chin and face gently, and lifted her head, making her look into her eyes that were almost in tears. "See, your eyes are doing that sparkly thing again," he told her gently, smiling. Then he walked off to the side to start picking through shirts, raising his leg to check the colours to them against his pants, trying to look like what he had just done was an everyday conversation, though Emma could tell he was flushing brightly at this point. Looking back at her daughter, she saw her look from Harry back to her reflection and smile, still blushing. Barely able to keep herself quiet, Emma squealed loudly in her mind for her daughter's lucky catch, even if she wasn't aware of it yet. She watched as Hermione took a few seconds to look at herself in the mirror again, grinning shyly and helping him pick out a dark green shirt to try on. Dan was silent a moment as he thought about what he'd heard his wife tell him before he responded. "Well, damn," he grumbled. "You mean he made her happy?" He sighed and groaned loudly. Emma simply smiled at her husband's antics, more than pleased with the boy so far. She reached over and kissed him soundly on the mouth, surprising him. "You can grumble all you want, but I think he's a sweet boy for Hermione if it becomes serious." "Which I really think it will," she thought giddily. "Thank you ever so much," he groused. "I don't think I'll be able to sleep properly now, so instead I think I'll complain a little. Ugh!" He was quieted by Emma placing another kiss on him. "You talk too much," she said huskily before sliding her hand up the middle of his pyjama shirt, unclasping each button. It took him only a moment to realize what she had in mind before he forgot all about Harry. "All right, everyone. I want you all to put your things away and then meet in the kitchen for lunch in an hour. After that, you'll get started on your homework." Molly Weasley and her family had just entered their front lawn from their return portkey the next day, and the woman was in full dominance mode. "Yes, Mum," they all chorused together. The large crew marched upstairs and into their rooms, putting away dirty clothes, recently bought knickknacks and mementos being placed on their shelves. Each was thrilled with their time away, but happy to be home after 6 weeks of being in another country. Sure, they had had a week and a half to get everything ready and themselves prepared, but nothing beats sleeping in your own bed. Ron tossed his bags and clothes down at the foot of his bed, certainly not happy to put his things away or to take care of his dirty clothes. Instead, he pulled his school trunk out of his closet and sat down to write a letter to Harry and Hermione. "Harry, hey mate, how's it going? We just got back from Romania where we got to see Charlie and his job as a dragon handler. We'll see if you can come to the Burrow soon. I want to tell you all about it." It was great, even better than when we went to see Bill in Egypt. Mum and Dad decided we had enough money to visit both of them, so it was a wicked summer. Mum's going to make us work on our homework for the summer after lunch, which really is stupid. We still have a whole month left. Nutters, that. Ron. Once he was done, he pulled out another parchment and scribbled a similar note to Hermione and sent them off with Errol. Meanwhile, Molly was in the kitchen making their lunch when she heard her name being called from the kitchen and went to check who had called. "Oh, Albus, how are you?" The green face of Albus Dumbledore let out a relieved sigh as his fourth attempt at the flu found the Weasleys home. "Excellent, Molly. Quite excellent," he said, not wanting anyone to know he'd lost Harry. "I wanted to be sure you arrived safely, is all." Molly smiled at the man's thoughtfulness. "Oh, we're quite good here, Albus. We arrived about 15 minutes ago and everything is going quite well, so—" "Fred," the voice of Ginny Weasley interrupted the Weasley matron before she could finish. "Take my knickers off of your head and give them back." Molly, let out a frustrated sigh. "That's not Fred! I'm Fred!" "Well, mostly well at least," Molly sighed, deciding to ignore the sound of a twin being either punched in the stomach or kicked in what she hoped was a shin. Albus chuckled, knowing he'd have heard from the woman if she or her brood had found Harry there. "Very good. A word of warning, Molly. Sirius Black has escaped Azkaban nearly a week after you left. Be wary. He may learn of young Ronald's friendship with Harry." Molly looked stricken, but nodded. "Thank you for the warning, Albus." Saying their goodbyes, Molly went back to her cooking with a new vigour, while Albus began pacing his office. He had checked the Granger residence the day before, but the house was empty, and nothing of Harry's appeared to be in any of the rooms, and he was beginning to worry until Fawkes trilled merrily on his perch. With a new hope, Dumbledore walked over to the Phoenix. "Would you be willing to deliver a message for me, Fawkes?" With a happy trill, the old man rushed his desk to compose a quick letter, hoping not to let his desperation through on the parchment. Fleischärtepie effect. Hermione sat on the couch in her family's den, sitting across from her father, who was reading a magazine on dentistry technology, which actually meant there was a comic book hidden within as one of his guilty pleasures, and keeping an eye on his daughter, who had tried twice now to escape through the fiery flue of doom. Her right leg was resting on her left knee, shaking at a rapid pace that was keeping her book from being steady enough for her to even read. "You sit there keeping me from going over to Harry's and visiting his library, and you've had that huge grin on your face ever since you woke up," she spoke, finally having enough of her father's oddities. "What's got you in such a good mood today?" Dan felt nervous for a moment, not wanting to even hint to his intelligent daughter what he and her mother had been up to the night before, thrice even. "It's a good day, that's all," he said in a manner far too reminiscent of an aged headmaster she was familiar with for her comfort bubble. "I still don't understand why you won't let me go over there yet. He did say I could come over at any time," she huffed. "Hermione, I don't think he expected you to get up at 6:30 and try to go over there in your pajamas," Dan said delicately. Hermione growled at him lightly in displeasure. "I already changed and took a shower. It's already near noon." Dan chuckled as Emma walked into the room, only just getting up after an exhausting night, and balked in surprise at seeing Hermione. Good morning, Hermione, dear. I thought you would be at Harry's already." Hermione glared at her father anew, and then spoke to her mother. "For some reason, the grinning wonder here hasn't let me through yet." Emma laughed at Hermione and made a shooing motion with her hand, and Hermione was up like a flash, only to disappear in a burst of green light. Curiously, she looked at Dan and asked the obvious question. "Grinning wonder?" she asked her husband, noting that he was indeed grinning. Dan got up from his seat and enveloped his smiling wife in a hug. "I haven't been able to get this grin off my face." To emphasize his point, he began nipping at her neck as she giggled. "Let's go widen that grin." She pulled him with her towards the stairs. "Jackpot!" Dan picked up his wife and tossed her over his shoulder as she squealed in happiness and rushed towards the bedroom. "Harry!" Hermione called out moments after having come through the large fireplace at Harry's home. A pop in front of her made her jump slightly as Dobby appeared before her and rocked back and forth on his heels in happiness to finally have a visitor to Potter Manor. "Hello, I am Dobby, house elf to the great house of Potter. Master Harry is being outside for his morning workout and cannot be answering you." Hermione blinked at the little excited creature, not having previously met him. He had remained invisible when her family had visited for dinner, and she hadn't seen him the year before. And to be honest, during the dinner, her interest had been in discovering what Harry had done, his home, his library, even though her parents had forbidden her from seeing it that first night, and trying not to let things slip to her parents that she had been hiding in regards to the more realistic dangers she faced in the magical world that Harry wasn't aware not to talk about. "Oh, hello, Dobby," she said, reaching down to shake the diminutive hand in front of her. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Oh!" Dobby broke into happy tears. Dobby knew Master Harry was a great wizard, but should have known Master Harry's miss is being just as great as he is to shake Dobby's hand. Hermione blinked rapidly, beginning to get a little worried. The little elf didn't seem to really understand the concept of personal space. Dobby, could you take me to where Harry is, please?" Dobby nodded fast enough to cause a quick fwopping sound with his ears as he walked her through a hall and a few rooms to the back of the house, where she saw Harry, in nothing but shorts, doing a series of pull-ups from a tree off to the side where Dobby was pointing. Her eyes widened considerably when she saw his muscles flex and bulge as he went up and down. She cocked her head to the side as she watched him go through several repetitions with his eyes closed for the additional concentration it seemed to provide. She continued to watch him for nearly another minute more before he opened his eyes and saw her watching him. Blushing all the way down his neck, he let himself drop and smiled sheepishly. Hi," he said. Hermione blushed and decided her safest bet was to act like she hadn't just been staring at him like the last book in a library. Those nutrient and forced growth spurt potions seemed to have helped him build a truly admirable physique. "Hello, Harry. Dobby said you were out here, so he showed me the way. Are you going to show me around?" Hermione asked, trying to appear normal. Harry smiled as he slid his hand through his hair, desperately wishing for a shirt. "Actually, Dobby could do that while I take a quick shower, if you don't mind." She shook her head, and Harry called Dobby to do just that while he cleaned himself up. "Meet you in about 15 minutes. He ran up to his room and took a quick shower while Hermione got an explanation over the grounds from the Hyperhouse elf. Potter Manor has 85 bedrooms, not including Master Harry's room, where they all have full bathing rooms, and the Master Suite is having an extra room for personal suiting needs that the Master of the house can be making anything he'd be wanting it for. Some is using it for playtime, others is being using it for a nursery or mistress room, and one is even using it for his collections of phonograph records. Charlus, Master Harry's father's father, used it for dried meats of the game he hunted. Dobby be liking the smell, but Master Harry Potter, sir, wanted it all stored with the normal food, with a selection in the pantry for snacking. There is also the head study and another study for public use. There is also being the library, potions lab, a hospital wing about 3 times as big as Hogwarts' own, a normal baby nursery, music and dancing rooms, game room with card and gobstone tables, pool darts and several other games, 3 sitting or receiving rooms, an astronomy dome atop the library that is also known as the Astro Lab, according to a brass plaque, and kitchens, of course, with storage rooms for everything Master Harry may be needing, Dobby said as they walked back inside. There is also being plenty of hidey rooms, secret places, and many storage places underground that I still am not finding. The pool is connected to a not-real hot spring, which Dobby is thinking is better than a sauna, like Dobby's bad previous masters is having. Hot spring, eh? Hermione mused thoughtfully, and with no small amount of interest. I'm about to become an excessively clean witch. There is also being 8 smaller cottages, used for extended family and guests around the river and pond and trees before you is getting to the 300 acres of gardens and orchards. But the gardens is not being in great shape right now. There's having 4 to 10 bedrooms, though, and no libraries, potion rooms, nurseries, game rooms, or the like. But they do be having a study that is having bookshelves and a kitchen, and they's all being connected through tunnels under the ground. Why are they so far out? Hermione asked. Wouldn't it make more sense to keep them close? According to the picture wizard, when the house was being built, the master at the time was not liking his Mrs. parents and was wanting a way to keep them from visiting. Dobby said as if telling a dirty little secret, causing Hermione to giggle. Old Master Charles Potter was not liking his wife's family much either, so was happy to have them, and supposedly made a hit for his mother-in-law Violetta. Dobby isn't finding that, though I did be finding a tiny little house with no door with her name on it that Dobby be seeing dogs sleep in, like where you be living. But also, there was being more Potters then, so they is wanting to be close like house elves, but is not wanting to lose privacy. Curious, Hermione looked at Dobby. What do you mean close like house elves? She asked, intrigued. Dobby seemed surprised she wanted to know, but had no problems telling Master Harry's miss about house elves. House elves is being very close, miss. We is always wanting to be together with family, but is not liking being alone. We sleeps together and eat together and spend time together when not doing our master's wishes, he said happily. When a house elf is doing a naughty thing, we is punishing them by making them be alone for a short time, and they is being better after. It's most times. Dobby frowned as he considered those elves who did not reform after their time alone and shuddered. Most of the time, what happens if they remain the same? She asked, not sure she really wanted the answer. Dobby flinched. If a house elf is still bad, then they's not allowed to be with us anymore, and we use house elf judging on them, the little elf stated soberly, deciding she really didn't want to hear about what that may entail, as she was pretty certain she changed the subject slightly. Harry mentioned you found a spot where the other elves lived. Did you ever find anything out about that? She asked delicately, not sure if it would offend the excitable creature, especially after learning how close house elves seemed to be together. His ears drooped a little, but he shook his head. Dobby is not knowing what happened to the other Potter house elves. There is no burial spots on the grounds, and many of the things were taken away from the rooms. Hermione bit her lower lip as she went into deep thinking mode. Harry said he had more than one home but wasn't visiting them until later. Could they be at any of those? If there were things missing from here, then they may have taken them, wouldn't they? Dobby's ears stuck straight up, and his eyes widened as he thought about it. Potter Manor wasn't in very good shape when you consider the dust around it, but the only reason they would have been forced to leave would have been if they were supposed to protect themselves in some way by going to a particular residence instead of the primary Potter home. Oh, yes, they could be doing that. House elves is losing our magic and dying when we are not bonded to a master, and no house elf will allow themselves to belong to another when we is having a rightful master, so ownership would be going to Master Harry 12 years ago, but Master Harry would not be being old enough to accept it, so they would not be knowing they have a new master to be serving now. Dobby was hopping up and down in excitement of thinking about it. His master only had plans to stay at this residence for the summer, so Dobby had been spending his time cleaning it and taking care of Harry instead of going to each of the other houses, since they would not be in use until the next summer at the earliest. And by agreeing to work for Harry with pay, instead of being bonded to him as a slave, even if that was what Dobby would have preferred, the other house elves would not have known of any changes in their bond to their master. Maybe he could use this as a way to get bonded like a proper elf. Dobby continued showing his master's miss the rest of the manor with new enthusiasm as he made plans to be bonded properly to the great Harry Potter. Several minutes later, when they got to the Potter library, Hermione went googly-eyed. If Dobby hadn't known it was not possible, in thanks to the girl's age, he would have thought she had teleported into the middle of the bookshelves. As it was, he watched as she moved with a speed and efficiency that nearly scared the little elf. She was sitting at a table with an armful of ancient tomes, already reading happily when Harry walked in, his hair still damp. He stopped and stood amused as he watched her in what appeared to be her element, sitting in a peaceful quiet, absorbing knowledge, and was she cooing at the book in her hands? Quietly he snuck up behind her and wrapped his arms around her in a quick hug, making sure to keep his head from behind hers this time, and then looked at what she was reading. "Reading up on arithmancy, Hermione?" As soon as he said it, he realized he had forgotten to send his letter to McGonagall about changing his electives for the coming year. "Well, I'm planning on taking the arithmancy course and thought this could give me a good start," she said defensively, causing Harry to squeeze her tightly for a moment before letting go and sitting next to her at the table in the plush chair. If Hogwarts Library had chairs like this, he felt sure it would get more recreational traffic. "I know, don't worry. I'm actually going to Owl McGonagall later to change my divination elective to arithmancy and ancient runes," he said to Hermione's surprise. "Divination is a subject that you either do or you don't, so there is no point in taking it except to get an easy grade, which I admit allowed Ron to influence my decision originally, and those are worthwhile subjects to take. I meant to send McGonagall a letter much earlier, but I guess I got sidetracked." Hermione beamed at Harry and hopped up and down in her seat. "Oh, this is wonderful. I'll have someone to sit with in those classes, and really—" She waved her hand in a dismissive manner. "McGonagall said that divination is a rather woolly subject anyway." Harry smiled at the vision of the future, or past in this case, that he would come to see. Maybe there actually was something to divination after all. "You're still taking it, aren't you?" he asked, sounding almost accusing. Hermione blushed lightly and would not look him in the eye as she responded. "Well, it's always good to know your subjects, really." Both chuckled before fire erupted in the air a few feet away from them and a scarlet and gold phoenix landed on the table. Hermione stared at the bird in shock while Harry frowned. Dumbledore using Fawkes meant he had probably caught on to what Harry had done, and there had been an odd tingling just before he showed up. "Fawkes, what are you doing here?" As if to answer, he held out his leg, and Harry saw a letter there. As he began to untie the piece of parchment, he continued to speak. "Do you mind waiting for a reply?" Fawkes trilled lightly as Harry finished and hopped over towards Hermione, who was beginning to speak while studying the bird rather thoroughly. "That's a phoenix. They are very rare. Where did it come from?" Harry laughed as he unfurled the scroll and motioned towards Fawkes. "He's Dumbledore's companion. He helped me out with the basilisk last year and brought me the sword of Gryffindor. Healed me when the bugger broke a fang on my arm too, so he saved me. Go ahead and pet him. He's a shameless flirt." Fawkes trilled in agreement with Harry, almost prideful of the fact. As Hermione did just that, Harry read the note that was obviously written in Dumbledore's loopy scrawl. "Dear Harry, I hope this finds you well. I was sitting in my office when a device I used to keep me alerted to a very powerful protection ward that I had set up around your home began failing. At this point, it will fail in a mere 3 days. This protection is only viable as long as you live with the Dursleys, Harry, and protects them and you from Voldemort and his followers by utilizing the blood protection your mother had given you as a child. You must spend time with them each year in order to recharge these wards. I would like you to flew to Hogwarts and I can return you to the Dursleys. If you go to the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, you can get some flu powder from Tom, the barman, and he will tell you how it works. Just say Hogwarts Headmaster's Office and you will return here. Or you could simply go there yourself. Whichever works best for you, of course. I am aware that you may not want to return, Harry, but I ask that you trust me in this. Should those wards fail, then the Dursleys are at risk of being attacked by some of the darker elements in our world, of which they would have no protection from. I would hate for you to have such a horrible thing on your conscience. I also found that you emancipated yourself. I must warn you that the temptation to spend your parents' hard-earned money will be great. But you must endeavour to try and not go about spending such money on frivolous things. Fawkes will wait for a reply of whichever option you choose, so I know whether I should expect you or if you shall be returning directly to your home. See you soon, A.D. Harry frowned heavily and set the paper on the table while he thought about what he had read. The man's desperation was mildly amusing. Oh, sure, he had not put in any words that would seem too much like he was begging or pleading. but that whichever works best for you comment was not something he had really ever heard from the aged wizard. That he did so meant he had no idea where Harry was, which was as it should have been, considering he only had himself, the Grangers, Sirius, Remus, and people he knew would be friends later like Neville, Luna, and Susan, allowed for the time being, keyed to the wards. So, if all worked properly, as it seemed to be doing, he shouldn't be able to think up the address or even hear when it was mentioned unless uttered by Harry himself. And the shameless ploy at using the Dursleys' potential future harm to get him to return actually did quite the opposite. He knew they didn't treat him well, but had decided long ago to let bygones be bygones, since their opinions had never once been asked for. Nor did they ever get money from his account that was supposed to go to his guardian, despite being reset to nearly £100,000 each year to ensure he had anything and everything needed to be raised as well as possible. But looking into the history of his accounts, no one had obtained that money, and it had simply laid idle. So he felt a clean break was done with, and they were no longer going to be a part of his life, and he would do nothing to or for them. That would be the extent of his revenge, doing as much for them as they did for him by not seeking out actual vengeance. "What did Dumbledore send you?" Hermione asked. Harry handed Hermione the parchment and went over to a roll-top desk next to what was the beginnings of a card catalogue his mother had begun, but never got around to finishing, where blank parchment was held along with all the necessary implements for writing, archiving, and an old mechanical typewriter rested that his mother had apparently been using for her project. By the time he got back to the table, Hermione was looking at Harry worriedly and frowning. "Fawkes, would you mind delivering a letter to McGonagall as well as the reply to Dumbledore?" The bird bobbed his head, indicating his acquiescence to the idea, and Harry penned both letters quickly. "Professor McGonagall, I would like to change my electives for this coming year. I signed up for my core classes plus divination and care of magical creatures. I would like to drop divination and instead take both ancient runes and arithmancy. 2 years out of 2 years, I've been forced to face Voldemort in spirit form, along with a troll and a basilisk respectively, with Dementors most recently. To be honest, divination is not going to be a subject that helps me should such a thing come to pass again, and I'm ashamed to admit I was lured in by the promise of an easy grade. I was forced into knowing absolutely nothing about my past, about my family, about magic, or even about who I am, and was expected to survive these encounters thanks to Dumbledore and his apparent inability to keep dangerous things out of the school. That's a rather large nest of carnivorous spiders next to a castle filled with children in the dark forest. I know you wanted to help me back then and weren't able, but this is within your power to help me for the future now. I've looked into Muggle studies and found it to be a joke. The information is either wrong or outdated by roughly 100 years or more. I know more than enough about the Muggle world, though I must ask why, since there are more students from Muggle homes, there isn't a class for introducing these students to the magical world and communities. It would help us learn to deal with those in power who have a strong tendency towards bigotry and tradition. However, a 3-year-old generally has a better understanding of the Muggle world than what the books actually state. I adore Arthur Weasley, but the one man who needs to know things about the Muggle world doesn't understand the barest basics of it, which gives me little hope for that class. Divination is a subject where you either have the gift or you do not, and from what I hear, the teacher predicts a student's death quite often. As I'm likely to be a prime target, and with my history in Hogwarts, I cannot be sure she wouldn't be too far from the truth. I don't want to take the class now that I have had an opportunity to learn a bit more about it. Those are the only reasons I don't plan to ask to take those as well, along with scheduling issues, of course, though I feel I could take Muggle Studies Newts right now and pass without a problem. I will need to be as ready as I can if something happens again, and divination will not do that. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I apologize for the inconvenience not having made the right decision to begin with is now causing you. I will see you September 1st. Harry Potter. Once finished with that, he set it to the side, motioning for Hermione to take it when she indicated the desire to, and began Dumbledore's letter while she read. Headmaster, I thank you for being concerned about me, but your concern is really unnecessary at this point now. Being emancipated allowed me, just as you stated, access to my full inheritance. Because of this, I have more than enough money to support myself, and I am in a very safe location. You have told me about these wards that were around the Dursley residence before. Just after first year, when I asked if there was any way that I could leave them, and you told me that there was not. I have failed to see what those wards protected me from, to be perfectly honest with you. I have been abused in that home, and it was hell for me. You lied to me when you told me there was no way to leave them, and you ignored my pleas for help. I was not protected from the Dursleys themselves, Headmaster, and so far I've been safer when facing down trolls and basilisks than I was with them. I had a fighting chance against the things you didn't force me to stay with. I will never be going back to them, Headmaster. I'm both safe and content where I currently am. Being emancipated, I'm immune from the underage use of magic restriction, and as such cannot get in trouble if I find myself forced to protect myself, so long as I be sure to follow the statute of secrecy restrictions. When I left, I decided to make a clean break, and will never have anything more to do with them. I will not seek them out to form bonds none of us want, nor will I do so to protect them. Conversely, I have no intention of seeking them out in revenge either. I think that makes us even. Let's face it, in 2 years since coming into the wizarding world, and under your so-called protection, I have been forced to face Voldemort twice, once each year. While you could say it is all the more reason to worry about the protections, you have specifically said that they were wards around the Dursley home, and those only protect the location, not me, when I leave. I've looked into those things. I freely admit there could be more to it than I'm aware, but I'm willing to take my chances. These wards have not protected me in any way I could see or observe, save for maybe with Quirrell at the end of first year, but that could have as easily been accidental magic or something else entirely. I will always accept your advice, but decisions about my life are mine to make. Harry Potter. As he finished, he handed the letter to Hermione, knowing she would want to know what it said as well, and to be honest, he was hoping to use these as additional ways to get her off her dependency of authority figures. He waited a few moments while she read, and then looked at him with a somewhat distressed expression. Harry, I know you said not to ask, and that you would tell me when you were ready, but I have to at least try. Are you sure you are doing the right thing? Hermione winced when Harry leveled narrowed eyes at her. He had never actually glared at her before, and she realized it kind of scared her. She was used to Ron glaring and saying mean things to and about her, but Harry never had aside from shirking his homework duty. Thankfully, the look only lasted a second before his expression softened and he sighed. Hermione, the Dursleys starved me, beat me, allowed my Aunt Marge's dogs to bite and maul me and chase me up trees as they laughed or got angry with me when I bled on their flowers. Dudley and his friends would play a game where they would chase me down and then hit me, and I was forced to do all of the chores, save for a few in the kitchen that Petunia said was hers to do. Aside from that, I lived in the cupboard under the stairs until last summer, when they were worried I could do magic, and they gave me Dudley's second bedroom, and I didn't know my real name until I started school, and the teacher told me. Harry looked at Hermione and noticed her pale and shocked face, but continued anyway. Tell me if there is all of that, which was a constant, and I don't even have one happy memory with them except times when I could escape them. Why would I want to go back to them? Hermione swallowed thickly before reaching over and giving him a bone-popping hug. Why didn't you ever say something? She sobbed. I may have been able to get my parents to let you come over for whatever summer the Weasleys couldn't, and they were always willing to have you too. Harry hugged her back before releasing her and sitting her in her chair. I was ashamed of it, to be honest. I didn't want to deal with it any more than I needed to, and since Dumbledore was the only person I knew that could actually help, and he said I had to go back there, I didn't really feel like there was anything I could do, so I didn't bother, he said with a shrug. It didn't occur to me that Dumbledore is my headmaster. Nothing more. He doesn't have the right to say where I live, and he knowingly went against my parents' will to actually put me with the Dursleys, so he went against the law, which he is supposed to head, and I decided that there's nothing to do with him that I don't want there to be. And he had a person living nearby to give him reports on my supposed well-being, so he knew everything I went through. That's why I'm not going to really be as quick to follow his orders. He quickly tied Dumbledore's note to Fawkes's leg and then put McGonagall's in Fawkes's beak while Hermione's mind began a debate with itself that would last for some time. Please deliver McGonagall's first, and I'll see what I can do about bringing some plums after the first for you. Fawkes trilled happily and shot up before disappearing in a burst of flame. Once gone, Harry turned to Hermione and smiled. How would you like to help me open a box? Minerva McGonagall was finishing up the letters that would be going out this summer to the students when a burst of flame erupted over her desk. Several years of working with Albus Dumbledore had numbed her to the surprise his companion used to evoke in her. However, when the finicky buzzard simply dropped off a letter and then disappeared into flames again, her curiosity was aroused, and she picked it up. After reading, she had a confused smile on her face. Harry's letter gave her mixed signals. Parts of it mocked the school and its educational material, though she felt she had to agree, particularly with the idea for an introduction to the wizarding world that could do more than a staff member meeting with muggle-born children for an hour or two, and part of it made some extremely good points about his education. Well, Mr. Potter, she said, making the necessary notes to go to the right people, let's see if Miss Granger can make a respectable scholar out of you, shall we? She smiled to herself, somewhat curious about what Hermione had done to manage to get Harry to take the harder courses. I think I need to get with the Weasley twins. I need to place my bet before it's too late. Smirking, she wrote a letter to the two and sent it out with a school owl while Dumbledore was reading the letter that Harry had sent to him. As he got to the end of Harry's letter, he was able to recognize that the only way he could get Harry back to the Dursleys would be to break his emancipation, and that would simply take too long. Harry failed to even mention his true concerns towards the Dursleys. The boy seemed to be harboring a hatred for them now, and that hatred could lead to far worse. Sighing, Dumbledore sat in his chair behind his desk and thought of the options available to him. There weren't many. So what's in this box is going to make you stronger? Hermione watched as Harry sat the stone box he just got from Dobby on the table and looked at it critically. It didn't seem like there was any way to open it. No, Harry said, pointing a finger in a frighteningly close version to McGonagall during one of her lectures. Dumbledore placed a power-limiting seal on me when he put me with the Dursleys, because he knew that they hated magic, and when I was able to do magic after arriving, thought that I had already broken through it, but I hadn't. He pointed at the box, and then looked at Hermione again. What is inside are two bracelets that will change the power-limiting seal into one that I can control, so that I can choose how much power I have and don't have access to at any given moment. Hermione nearly argued about Harry's statement about Dumbledore and his magic being bound, but could see it as a strong possibility. The day before, while they were talking away from her mother, who had been admiring the grounds during a tour of his home, he had put all of the odd circumstances of their first and second year in a new light from how she had originally thought them over. The first year's challenges before facing Voldemort seemed hard at the time, but after looking back, not a single one of those should have stopped a dark wizard. And Lockhart alone was bad enough last year. But add into account that Dumbledore did absolutely nothing to stop the rumours of Harry being the heir of Slytherin, and not being aware that a very large, bus-like snake was making its way through the halls of the school, and it raised serious questions. Admittedly, it was all conjecture, but it made far more sense than seeing them as honestly difficult challenges. How had Quirrell managed to make it past the chess set without defeating it first? All of the pieces had been whole. While normal for the game, they had still been destroyed when she returned with backup for Harry. "Where did you get these from?" she asked, deciding to ignore her previous thoughts for now. Harry frowned before answering slowly. "A friend gave them to me. I can't tell you more than that until we've had a chance to practice our occlumency against each other. What I know can't be told to anyone I don't trust fully, and quite frankly, I know that Snape and Dumbledore both scan the students with legilimency regularly, so I am not too fond of the idea of letting them risk finding it out yet. I just don't trust them enough." Hermione frowned and looked at Harry instead of the box. "Harry, Professor Snape!" "Hermione," Harry said forcefully, "I know things that I can't explain yet." Harry looked away from Hermione, not wanting to see the look of hurt on her face. "You know you can trust me with this, right? I would never betray you," she told him quietly. Harry smiled at her and scooted his chair closer to hug her tightly. He knew her far better than to think she would ever do that to him. They had been through too much, and even though this Hermione had not yet been through all of those same things, she was still the same woman he had come to know. "I know you wouldn't," he said into her ear, still hugging her, "but I have to be extremely careful with this knowledge. I plan to tell you everything I can once I'm sure that our minds can't be broken into and our secrets taken. This isn't just my choice. I am under restrictions, and you are currently the only person, aside from maybe Dobby, that I would trust with all of my secrets." Hermione had allowed herself to be drawn into the hug with Harry because she wanted to feel comforted when she thought he felt she wasn't able to be trusted, and she rather enjoyed the contact. But he had totally blown that out of the water with his sweet comments, and the boy was almost never affectionate, at least not physically. Until that hug in the Great Hall after she was unpetrified, he shied away from contact, except for small things like holding hands or a hand on the shoulder. It was the first time he wasn't as stiff as a board during a hug, and now he was initiating them, just like right after getting off the train after arriving in King's Cross. But some of what he said worried her. "What kind of restrictions?" she asked, staying in his hug and hugging him back. "Is someone making you do something you don't want to do?" As her thoughts followed that trail of possibilities, especially with her inner doubts over the summer with his cloak and dagger letters, she pulled back to look into his smiling face. "And not really, but they are restricting how much I can tell, but they have a very good reason, and I agree with it." Hermione frowned, still unsure. "Regardless, grab an end of this thing and pull so we can open it up, all right?" Curious, she did as asked, and the stone box pulled apart slowly, Harry getting an end with the 4 long corners and Hermione getting the other end with each of the 4 sides on hers. Once pulled apart, 2 stone bracelets levitated in the air the box had been occupying between them. They looked like they had a gold sheet of metal inside that went against the wearer's skin and covered in runes, while the rest was a somewhat lighter shade of grey than the box it was in. The entire outside was smooth as a river stone would be, but on both was a large rectangle created of 3 lines of very small runes. They were both about 3 inches wide and about as plain as could be other than that. "That's it." Hermione looked at them in confusion. Aside from floating on their own, there wasn't really anything remarkable about them. Harry simply shrugged. "I suppose so. I'm going to go outside and put them on. You can watch, but I need you to stay inside and—" "What? Why?" Hermione couldn't help but feel like she was being left out of pretty much everything that Harry had to do recently, and was certainly not fond of the idea. Especially when she didn't know the source of these bracelets, and was already worried for Harry's well-being. Harry, unaware of the full nature of her worry, grabbed the bracelets and looked at Hermione, noticing how she felt. "I've done my homework with these, actually. I would like you there with me, but there is going to be a massive burst of magic where these destroy the power-limiting seal and then rebind my magic. But before it's rebound, it will be wild. The house has protections on it," he said, gesturing around the room, "but you won't be safe out there. I don't know how bad it will be. I've never had to control that much of my magic at once." Hermione looked between Harry and the bracelet several times quickly before finally relenting. "Are you sure you can trust whoever gave those to you?" she asked, showing her well-founded concern. Harry nodded. "Very much so. She's already proven that she wants to help me." Hermione watched Harry walk away as she tried to figure out the feeling of anger she got when she realized some other girl was helping Harry. It didn't take her long to realize with some amount of shock she was jealous. "Bloody hell! The boy flirts with me a little bit and I already get territorial." She followed him through the halls silently until she got to the glass doors and watched him walk a small distance into the yard. "If this is any indication of what I'm going to be facing this year, I'm so screwed." She watched as Dobby popped into existence next to Harry and speak with him momentarily before disappearing, only to pop into existence next to her. She only spared him a glance as she noticed Harry was beginning to put the bracelets on. Once on, he seemed to look at them without knowing what to do before they pulsed a brilliant blue light, and then he threw his head back and let out a silent scream. Across the country, back in Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore felt a wave of magic hit him that he recognized as Harry's unique signature. Fawkes, who had been sitting on his perch sleeping, awoke with a start and began flapping his wings wildly and squawked in surprise and righteous indignation of his senses being overwhelmed. The multitude of baubles and meters scattered about Dumbledore's office began to emit random results before the wave disappeared several seconds after it began. Merciful Merlin, he rushed into a hidden room behind a swing-away bookshelf and checked the wards around the school, finding them to be stronger than he had ever seen them and the school itself humming with power through his link with it. Shocked and confused, he left the room and sat in his chair once again, noticing Fawkes was now gone once again. He had only a few moments to ponder quietly before his door was thrust open, and Minerva was standing there, obviously out of breath and her hair severely mussed. "Albus, did you feel that? That was Harry's magic. I would know it anywhere." He motioned to the chair in front of his desk, which she gratefully accepted. "I did. And it was. Alas, I have absolutely no idea as to what happened." He popped a lemon drop into his mouth, only to notice the calming draught each was laced with seemed to no longer be active. He would have to see about that later. "Albus, how could we have felt that from here? It's rare for a witch or wizard to produce a physical aura of power strong enough to be felt from even 100 yards, and I am quite sure he is much further away than that." McGonagall was really quite terrified for her lion. A release of that kind of power would normally result in self-destruction, and even then she would have had to have been close to have felt it. But she knew he was nowhere on the grounds at the very least, and that was easily far enough away so that she shouldn't have felt such power. There were some things that would make a person's magic radiate out like a ping or a brief burst. But it was just that brief. That wave had lasted easily 15 seconds. "I know, Minerva," Albus sighed. "I just sent young Harry a letter with Fawkes asking him to come to me here or return to the Dursleys, and a few minutes later," he trailed off, gesturing around to indicate the wave of power. "That would explain why Fawkes delivered Harry's letter to me rather than Hedwig. I was rather curious about that. What about the wards of the school? A wave of that magnitude surely weakened them severely," McGonagall suggested. Albus shook his head. "Quite the opposite, actually. I just checked them and they are stronger now than they have ever been since I've been able to gauge them," Dumbledore said, his voice showing his astonishment. Minerva looked absolutely flabbergasted. How is that possible? Wards don't work that way. Any attack on them should have weakened them. That wave of magic especially." Albus shook his head again, feeling lost himself. "I do not know, Minerva. Only the magic of the creator of the wards, or one entrusted with their maintenance, should be able to do such a thing, and even I have never had enough power to strengthen the wards to such a degree. I believe they are as strong, if not stronger, than at the time of their creation." Minerva shook her head along with Dumbledore, unsure of what this all meant. "I feel we should send a letter to make sure he is okay." Without waiting for a response, she pilfered one of his blank parchments and his favourite quill to begin a note for Harry. "Fawkes, get your feathered butt back here." Albus flinched at his deputy headmistress's protective instinct coming out. The flinch made him look behind her, and he noticed an empty case. "Where's Godric's sword?" Meanwhile, in the burrow, the entirety of the Weasley clan was at their table, some eating more like a starving man than others when they felt the burst of energy rush through their home. Each one stopped eating and looked about, able to feel the magic course through them. "What in the world is that?" Molly looked about as if looking for the source of the disturbance, somewhere in the kitchen. "I don't know, Arthur told her. "Whatever it was, it doesn't seem to be causing any trouble. Perhaps we'll find out in the Daily Prophet tomorrow." The Weasleys went back to their meal, though Fred and George both thought the wave of whatever it was seemed to be familiar. Across Wizarding Britain, witches, wizards, and the multitude of magical creatures were able to feel the wave of raw power for several long moments before it eventually died down. The only real difference being that those who were capable of deep and intelligent thought would later recognize it when they came across its source later. "Let me out! I have to help him!" Hermione was pulling and jerking on the handle of the door while screaming simultaneously at Dobby, who looked as terrified as she did. The difference, however, was that he was given orders to stay here and keep his master's miss inside until the wave was done. "Dobby is being sorry, miss, but Master Harry is saying that Dobby is to keep you inside until—" He was cut off by the aura of magic suddenly stopping, and Harry fell to the ground. Immediately, he popped to Harry, and Hermione rushed out of the door to Harry, who was shaking his head. Hermione launched herself onto him and grabbed him in a strong hug before pulling back and checking him over for damage. "Are you okay? Why did you make Dobby lock me in the house? You could have been killed." Harry chuckled and pulled her down into a hug and squeezed hard to get her to stop talking. And because he was half worried, he had been about to wake up in Laura's office again. "I'm fine. It didn't hurt, but I could feel all of my magic trying to escape. It took almost everything I had to keep it from lashing out." He groaned as Hermione helped him up. "It is going to take a long time to learn to control all of that." He stretched his back and popped his neck. He told her it had not actually hurt, but that was more for her benefit. It had actually felt like he was about to burst or blow up, and felt rather stiff. He looked at the bracelet on his left-right and saw that the rectangle now had a display of information. On the upper left corner was a number 2, while the right half had an arrow pointing up. The one on his right wrist had a blank face, still. "Harry, what's that?" Hermione asked, indicating a black stick-like thing on his left side. Spinning him over, she saw it was a scabbard. Harry blinked in surprise and pulled out the sword, noticing the familiar blade of the sword of Gryffindor. "How on earth did that get on you?" "I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with being a blood heir of Gryffindor or something." He shrugged. "It's never happened before? So, I'm not sure." He wasn't kidding either. It had never just appeared like that before, even in his previous lifetime. "It was called by your magic, Master Harry," Dobby said beside him as they walked into the mansion. "You is being the heir of Gryffindor, so the sword will be answering your call." Both Hermione and Harry stared at the bouncy creature as he pulled them towards the house. Once they entered, they found Errol and a shaken-looking Fawkes.